Judge Mike, judge. No, he says he's not hearing mics. Judge. Judge. I'm going back to headset. TL.
Order what you need at O'ReillyAuto.com and pick it up at the counter or call and we'll bring it right out to you while you wait. 2 easy ways to buy online and pick up at your local store. O'Reilly Auto Parts, keeping you on the road.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your body is a machine with 800 horses coursing through its veins. Ignited. Synergy, human horsepower.
I'm Dylan Hughes, Formula Drift Pro driver, and today we're going to talk about Royal Purple HPS and what actually goes into it. There's a lot of talk about additives, and Royal Purple has its proprietary Centerlick technology. It is fortified with a high level of zinc phosphorus anti-wear additive for exceptional protection against heat and wear. Its high film strength improves sealing between the piston ring and cylinder wall for maximum horsepower and torque. Royal Purple HPS, race car technology for the street.
Round 2, Orlando Speed World. There's still a lot of season left. It's hot, it's humid, and the fans come out in droves. Either drivers are trying to stack more points or trying to get back on track.
Let me take a step back.
Welcome back. I say welcome back because we were here yesterday. It was all about qualifying yesterday, and now we've narrowed it down to not 32, but 30. That means our number 1 and our number 2 qualifier will have automatic buys, fast passes into the top 16. As we are, again, getting set for our top 30 here at Orlando Speed World. And this is, man, all thriller, no filler, as we are excited to see what's going to be the longest day of drifting ever in the Formula Drift Championship, because we are jam-packing our PROSPEC Championship and our Pro competition together here at Orlando Speed World. So this is round 1 of the Link Engine Management PROSPEC Championship, and then round 2 of the Pro Formula Drift Championship. I'm Jared Deanna. Joining me once again by my side is Ryan Sage. Ryan, we saw some awesome qualifying yesterday. This track, at first glance seems something familiar, but the transition down to the flat and then down into center track, we got to jump. So I think it all equates to just an exciting event.
Yeah, and I thought qualifying yesterday was actually really a good reminder of taking a look at the rookie guys, seeing what kind of skill level they were going to bring to the table, and was actually really surprised at how well that they did. And now we've kind of taken all of the 36 drivers that started out on the weekend. We had a couple people fall off. Now we've got 30 guys, so there's going to be 2 buys, one for the number 1 qualifier and one for the number 2 qualifier. And we're going to head-to-head matchups. Today is game day. This is going to be half of the day right here, a top 32 from start to finish, then a halftime break, and then another top 32 for the Pro class. So it is going to be a historical day and a really awesome opportunity to see how this PROSPEC class is going to shape up for 2021.
There's some names and some vehicles that I've never met until yesterday. So here's how the top 32 or 30, as we said, because you can see Nick Novak, our number 1 qualifier, and Blake Olson, our number 2 qualifier, have a buy run. So they're sitting pretty. And truth be told, Novak looks comfortable. He's in a proven vehicle. Blake Olson, kind of a bit of a newer car, still getting it dialed. And he only had one run prior to his qualifying run. Has never run the tires, had a broken shock. So as we are getting set here and really excited, that's how our top 30 is shaping up. So without further ado, we'll introduce you to our vehicles, and as we get familiar with these vehicles and with the drivers, we'll introduce them to you as we are going with our top 30 here in just a moment. Yep, all right, so here's going to have to do both these. I don't have a... All right, let's introduce you to our top 30 drivers here. We start with the first car parked, a gentleman that we all got to know too well last year. We kick things off with Joshua Love. Joshua Love down there on the end. Then moving on to another BMW in the mix. See him right there next to him in another white BMW. That is Corey Talaska. Moving on down, he's from right here in Florida in the S14. It is Ben Hobson. Coming all the way from Las Vegas, one of 2 girls here in Formula Drift competition. It is Amanda Sorensen. A driver we've seen in and out of Formula Drift competition. It is Andy Hately. Moving on down in that GT86, it is Alex Licklider. In some more neon livery in that MFR Nissan Z, it is Rye O'Connor. Stop. And here we go, a driver we have seen a lot of over the past few years. Look at that, the supercharged sticking on the hood. Make some noise for Austin Mata. All right, next in that S13, he is out here for blood. It is Rudy Hansen. Coming all the way from Oklahoma, he says, advertise here. Make some noise for the one, the only, Mr. Adam Gruby. All right, and as we progress on, a driver from St. Louis, the gateway to the west, it is D-Mad, Derek Madison. All right, and as we see Derek Madison, we move to a driver coming to us from New York. It is Mike Power. Next up, what do we got there? Looks like coming to us from Canada, it is Josiah Fillets. And a drop-top vehicle dumps like a truck. It is Alex Schlegel. The Drift HQ vehicle there. And moving on down, he's got a twin brother who's spotting for him. The number 721, it is Steve Misko. All right. Next to him, it looks like another driver coming to us from Las Vegas. That Cora Works BMW on GT Radials. Number 2 qualifier, Blake Olson. In a very proven chassis. He's got a lot of people pulling it for him in his corner, including Jeff Stoneback, that JZX 100. It is Rich Whiteman. Vehicle that looks familiar. You can see the orange, black, and carbon fiber. And he is piloting this Tire Stacks NOS energy drink vehicle as Alex Jaeger. Driver from the 909, talking about Riverside, California. He's in that Hold Fast Black Rifle Coffee Company vehicle. Hoonigan, make some noise for, that is Micah Diaz. Again, 1 of 2, another female here in competition. That top 1 oil, of course, all these vehicles on GT Radials. It is Kelsey Rawlings. Never settle, and he didn't settle last year. He's your defending 2020 Formula Drift ProSpec champion. It is Dmitry Brutsky. Moving on down the line, this vehicle looks familiar. Another vehicle from that camp of the field suspension. Getting some help from Odie Bakshi. Say hello to Mr. Bogovich. And here's your number 1 qualifier. Again, 1 and 2 for the Cora Works BMWs. It is Nick Novak. All right, he's got an LS under the hood of his Nissan Z. You've seen a lot of him. He's more human than human. He is Human Rahimi. All right, he welded this thing back together. He is ready for battle. He welded the head. That's right. Thumbs out. Let's go for it. Make some noise for Carlos Arrieta. And our next vehicle here, he says his debut livery is inspired by Hot Wheels. That's how I want to do it. That's how he wants to put it down. Make some noise for Nate Chen. All right, so as we move on down the line, another driver here from Canada. It is Oulette. Make some noise for TLO, Tommy Lemaire Oulette. And last but definitely not least, coming to us from Arizona, make some noise for Javier Martinez. Speak softly and carry some big angles. So we are seeing, again, the debut of our ProSpec top, what was to be top 32 is top 30. Again, right before we went into our driver introduction, Christian Nelson went hard on the wall. Hopefully he can get his car back together. We will see as we get prepared. Ryan, a lot of names, a lot of new faces, new vehicles. I'm learning them as we move along here even, but it makes for some exciting and some opportunity for these guys to really make a name for themselves.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, obviously this is a great track to start the ProSpec season. Here in 2021. We learned a lot yesterday. Obviously, this course in particular really caters to close tandem, so I think the differences are going to be made in those chase runs, which drivers are going to be super aggressive and follow the judges' criteria. Yesterday was our qualifying format. Today is our tandem format, so for new fans, what is that all about? So drivers are going to be competing in single elimination head-to-head battles where each battle consists of 2 runs. The higher qualified driver will lead the first run and chase the second. And everybody knows this, but it's worth repeating. the judges pretty much have 3 decisions: driver A, driver B, or one more time.
Again, I was looking over at you, and we were talking about it earlier. What if you have a crick in your neck? And you're talking about, yes, the question, but you know what? The lead driver, they need to run that qualifying line, run the 100-point qualifying line, and run a chaseable lead run. If it's not chaseable, like the judge we're talking about, it is not going to be easy for that chase vehicle. So follow the decel map, which basically there are portions where you do slow down, so that chase driver needs to expect that. Initiate no later than the last initiation point. These are the chase driver goals. So this is the car in the chase position. Maintain close proximity to that lead driver, utilizing that lead driver transition and line, match or better the lead driver's angle. I mean, if you haven't seen it, if you don't know, you're like, what is going on here? As soon as you see them leave the start line, you'll get a really quick indication of what is to be expected. So as, again, Nick Novak, our #1 qualifier, took it to the top, and rightfully so. I can see Lorette Nickel is down with him now. Lorette.
Thank you so much, Jared. Our #1 qualifier, Nick Novak, out here in Orlando, and he said he didn't have a lot of seat time, but you were really able to find that commitment out here. How was that?
It was nice. It was a lot of just making sure we had enough commitment to be able to fill the zones properly and stay committed through the infield to set us up for the outside zone. So luckily we came away with a really good score.
And you said this track is simple, but there's a lot of technical bits. So how do you keep fighting through those bits?
A lot of it's managing tire wear. Some of the outside zones can be a little abrasive, but as long as you stay committed and know when to attack, it can save you tire wear. Sorry.
No problem at all. There's a lot going on for the opening round of PROSPEC for Nick Novak, our #1 qualifier. Jared?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lorette. Again, definitely easy. He's got kind of one speed when he speaks, but he definitely has a lot of speed when it comes down to throwing down on the track. Again, congratulations to Coro Works. Let's take a look at the track here overall, and I think we can bring in Ryan Lontaine here, and he can elaborate a little bit on what the judges are looking for. Brian Egger, Chris Yule, and of course, our Canadian judge, Ryan Lontaine.
Thanks, Jared. This track is a little bit more simple than some of our other tracks. There are 2 large corners with 1 transition in the middle. That doesn't mean it's easy. There are a lot less places for the drivers to impress the judges, to really get us to see exactly how it is that they can get through this course, but not unimportant areas. Outside zone 1, that wall is unforgiving. Drivers need to get the car thrown up to the wall early on the track and ride that wall all the way around outside zone 1. It's an area that is setting themselves up for the downslope, coming down from outside zone 1 off the bank to the flat of the infield, and that's an area that can be pretty tricky. So if you look at this track map we have up now, outside zone 1 is up along the wall. Drivers need to get the car initiated as soon as possible. There are 3 markers on the fence line over there. The red and white ones are the 3-2-1 cones that we typically have. We just don't have room for them here, so we have markers on the fence. The red and yellow marker is the beginning of outside zone 1. So the drivers need to be initiated fully by the 3rd white and red marker, and then get right on that wall at the beginning of outside zone 1. Ride the wall all the way around to the very end. You can see the 2nd red and yellow marker. That's the end of the zone. Drivers will leave there, drop down into the infield, and when they do, there's a big opportunity there for tires to come depleted.
Yeah.
For cars to get unsettled because of the suspension compression there, it's a big transition point that's pretty aggressive. So we've seen tires come off, we've seen sparks flying off cars, and we've seen drivers lose control of their perfect line and angle in that area. So they need to get by inside clip 1, then transition the car in a big snappy way. In the middle of the infield, there's also a jump. So right after they get the car transitioned, if they're too far to the right, the car actually comes right off the ground. We've seen 4 wheels off in that area, and that's something that can really unsettle the chassis and can send drivers offline and off course. So very, very specific line through there to be as accurate, fast, and smooth as possible. From there, they need to line themselves up for inside clip 2, which then leads them to outside zone 2. If they're not on the right line in the middle of the infield, they're probably not going to be on the right line going to outside zone 2. Once they get to outside zone 2, they need to put their tire in that groove and ride it all the way around the white line to the finish line. And of course, there's a chase driver right behind them trying to mimic everything they're doing. So it's very challenging in that chase position, especially on the transition because of the smoke, trying to get the car lined up and put in the right position so they're not going offline or making contact with that lead car.
You know, it's so funny, as you began, you said, you know, it's an easy course, but it's not simple. And I think that really kind of sums it up, because you elaborated about this track that is 2 outside zones, 2 inside clips. At first glance, I got this. But you never have a first chance to make a first impression, or excuse me, you never have a second chance to make a first impression. I think you guys are weighing a lot. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, yes, you haven't broken down the sectors, but I think that initial initiation point, the point of no return, is really kind of where a driver is going to shine, especially in the lead and in the chase, right?
Yeah, they're setting themselves up at that initiation point. Yesterday in qualifying, we saw some drivers after initiation dropping down on the bank, and if that happens, you're trying to work yourself up the bank, and then you're not focusing on what's coming up ahead. You're trying to get your car in the right position, and you're kind of falling behind. That's something that can lead to some major errors later down the track. So if you're not set up right at initiation, you're probably going to fall behind, like you said.
Yeah, and then that jump, you kind of quickly glanced over that. I think that's just going to be the Buck and Bronco right in the middle. It's a tabletop. I mean, I think we're going to do like a Bubba Scrub over that thing, man. I mean, it's absolutely massive. Like you said, center, you're okay. Right, you start catching air. Where are we going? We don't need roads, right? With more Back to the Future references. But we have the making of a great event. Thank you, Ryan Lantin, for breaking down. Let's take a look at our Torque Drift course preview. And this is a track visualization powered by Torque Drift, a free-to-play drift game on iOS, Android, and PC. Download it, play it now.
Yeah, I love watching this, and you know, I got a chance yesterday to look at some video of Chelsea Denofa actually going through the course, and we'll take a look at that later. He was saying that for him, the toughest part of the course is that middle section, and especially in both positions, as you said, lead and chase. Lead and chase because you have the jump, chase because you're in the smoke line and have to do the jump,
right.
watching out for the guy in front of you. So I definitely appreciate the fact that drivers really think that a lot of battles can be won and lost in this center section just because of the challenges that it presents in both positions.
All right, so there is the track, the ProSpec Top 30, because our #1 and #2 qualifier get a bye run. When we come back, we'll see our first head-to-head battle here at round 1 of the Link ECU ProSpec Championship.
I'm Dylan Hughes, Formula Drift Pro driver, and today we're going to talk about Royal Purple HPS and what actually goes into it. There's a lot of talk about additives, and Royal Purple has its proprietary Centerlick technology. It is fortified with a high level of zinc phosphorus anti-wear additive for exceptional protection against heat and wear. Its high film strength improves sealing between the piston ring and cylinder wall for maximum horsepower and torque. Royal Purple HPS, race car technology for the street.
Made in Japan. Breed.
What's up, everyone? We're pumped to announce Ford's Drift to Dirt Sweepstakes, where you can win your choice of a newly redesigned 2021 F-150 Raptor featuring Fox shocks with live valve technology, 5-link rear suspension, and Recaro seats.
Or you can win a 2021 Ford Mustang GT convertible, which you can shred the tires with 460 horsepower and 6 styling.
All you have to do is head to drifttodirt.com and enter to win.
Wow, look at this. We're talking literally about Drift to Dirt with Vaughn Gittin Jr., and there's some dirt. But we're not going to be drifting on that. You can see the paddock there and that dirt track just beyond the pits. And there it is. You can see the big figure 8 here off in the distance. And, you know, Orlando has some amazing drift fans. The history here of Orlando Speed World, has seen a lot of development of a lot of Floridian drivers, from J-Lo to Pat Gooden, even Adam LZ. You know, they cut their teeth here at this track. And so as we are seeing a vehicle that rolling out, I thought that was Forsberg, but no, again, Alex Jaeger. So we do not run the buy runs in top 32. So you will not be seeing Nick Novak or Blake Olson until top 16. But guess what? It won't be long because, well, I just cursed ourselves here. We might see some things as we say, it won't be long. But we do have, again, top 30. So you will be seeing, obviously, 14 battles here in the top 30 because of those 2 buy runs. So we kick things off with Alex Jaeger and Mike Power. Mike Power coming to us from New York, and Mike, the most recent PROSPEC winner, because he won the final round of the PROSPEC Championship last year, and I think that really boosted his ego, and just his, not even his ego, excuse me, that's the wrong choice of words, but boosted his confidence, and knowing that he had the right car, he got it together, and just the formula of team, and just that whole marriage of being one with your equipment and really figuring it out. So Alex Jaeger here will lead, and Mike Power. So here we are on the GT Radial Top 32. GT Radial, the official tire of the PROSPEC Championship, Ryan.
Yeah, and I'm really enjoying, seeing, you mentioned the similarities with, car number 64. The pro guys working with PROSPEC guys in developing their programs, Bogovic, and also here with Jaeger. So it's really cool to kind of seeing that starting to develop, and I think it'll just make those connections stronger as people are deciding, how long do I want to stay in PROSPEC? Do I actually want to do a PROSPEC and a pro team? Maybe that's the way I want to do it, just because the dissimilarities in the vehicles over time are going to get more distinct, and it might make sense for people to run both programs.
Yep. All right, so yeah, most definitely, and I think that is a great approach overall. So Alex will lead, Power will give chase. And here we go with our first turn and burn here at OSW. Alex initiates high in the bank. Mike Power gives himself a bit of distance, about 2 car lengths, and Alex a bit higher than Mike Power, maybe tempering the flame. And here we go into that first jump as Alex and Mike both navigate it properly. And that's and Alex, you can see him massage it a little bit out to get further, and both of them actually exceeding that outside line. If that was dirt, they'd be spraying the fans, but just a little bit, just barely dipping their toe in, getting a few treads in. But that's a great way to start here with our first debut of our top 32 in the PROSPEC and the Link Engine Management PROSPEC Championship.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. That is a great way to start the PROSPEC Championship here for head-to-head matchups. A lot of times you don't know what to expect, but these guys obviously came prepared here. You can see Jaeger out front doing a great job navigating through that bump section there. But as Power looks for an opportunity to attack here, he's going to start closing the door towards the end. And it looks like we've got a pretty even matchup after run 1. So we'll switch things up. We'll see Power go to the lead now, and Jaeger will be chasing him down to find out who's going to be moving on into the top 16. It's going to be a long day for these guys. No break in between all the way through. As we take a look from above, you can see the proximity to the outside zone there for Jaeger in the lead position. And for Power, what he's really trying to do here is mirror the lead car like a moving clipping point. Even if he goes offline, he wants to follow, maintain proximity, try to close the door as much as he possibly can, and show that assertive, aggressive control.
All right, so there are the hero cards there. You see, again, both these boys from the East Coast, Oak Ridge, New Jersey, Fort Jeff Station, New York. So now let's see Power out front with Alex chasing him down. So Alex making his Formula Drift PROSPEC debut. Power now getting that clean air. Let's see. Ooh, and Power shuts it down. Is that a restart? Okay, that is a restart. That is a restart. So fortunately, there was no contact and not a lot of tires burnt there. So
which historically we have had some contact because of the short run up here. It's very similar to Wall Speedway, but luckily Jaeger was able to make an adjustment there, not go into the back bumper. And he actually, Jared, if you take a look at the approach here is he's kind of going side by side. He's behind him, but the judges are allowing drivers to go side by side, but at the chase driver's risk.
Fact.
And that is something that they really have to think about. The nose to tail is the preferred methodology, but side to side is going to give the chase car an advantage in getting there a little bit sooner. However, they must give that lead driver right away on initiation. And if they're door to door and the lead driver initiates and touches them, it's going to be chase driver's fault. So
yeah,
that's something to keep an eye out for.
You have to make way for that lead car. They have the priority. So if they want to jump into the mosh pit, you got to look out for some swinging arms, right? Mike Power will lead. Alex Jaeger will give chase. There, Mike initiates. You see some wobbling there, but he does get high on the bank. Alex is mimicking the angle, about the same car distance that Mike Power was behind. Alex with the lead position, and Mike gets out to the outside zone, the latter half of that outside zone, and crosses the finish line, barely just knocking over that finish line cone, but a good execution for both the drivers.
Yeah, not an easy one for the judges here. Run number one, or battle number one here in the top 32. You can see Power this time made a high line on the bank, a little bit higher than Jaeger, trying to close the door here, keep that proximity on, but he's able to fill that entire zone, manages to dip pretty well, compresses the suspension, now coming back around. He's trying to pull a gap here while still hitting that inside clip and getting into the outside zone. He pulls a little bit further ahead here, and Jaeger notices it, makes that adjustment, tries to gain back some of that proximity lost, and two good runs there back to back by Jaeger and Power, and we'll find out who's going to be moving on into the top 16 as we take a look from above here. Power, lead driver here, got that initiation, got pretty high towards the latter part of outside zone one, right on that second and third marker as the lead driver. Jaeger following him. There was a little bit of separation here that started to pick up, but then Jaeger was able to close it back down and kind of keep some consistent distance there for a good chunk of the overall run. Here we go, let's go to the judges.
Slide him left for Alex, or right for Mike Power. Looks like Alex Jaeger gets the win. Not unanimously though, as again, we have Chris Yule, our top, that's the top American flag there, and then it is Ryan Lantagne. Oh, you're bottom now? Okay, sorry, I apologize. Brian Egger and Ryan Lantagne both say that with Alex. We're gonna get Ryan Lantagne here on the cans, and again, two to one. What do you got, real quick?
Mike Power looked like he had an issue going around outside zone one in the lead position. He had low angle and he wasn't really up high on the bank, and that's a pretty important part of the track since it's that big first corner, so that kind of did it for me, whereas in the chase position, Jaeger did a pretty good job of maintaining proximity and doing his job.
All right, so Alex gets the win. He'll be going against Novak in the top 16, so welcome to ProSpec here, bud, and you get to go against the #1 qualifier. All right, Austin Mata, Carlos Arrieta, and again, you can see Minnesota versus Virginia. Austin Mata, don't Mata none. Hashtag don't Mata. And I know that I talked with Carlos about his vehicle. He said he just welded his head right before, and again, he was having some issues yesterday, but welded it up. He's ready to go. So Mata and Arrieta, our second battle, what would be our third battle. We included that bye run. All right, Austin will lead that Tire Stacks S chassis. Okay, now wonder what happened to Carlos, leaving him on the line. Not a drag race, but looked like Carlos got a bit of a late start. Now he's low on the bank. Oh man, it does matter when Austin Mata just absolutely pulls away from it. Carlos still might be having some power issues, but Austin absolutely delivering. Well done. Austin's got a lot of fans here in the building.
Yeah, we did see some issues with Arrieta yesterday with his vehicle. Mata, kind of a veteran becoming here in ProSpec, gets out of the gate very strong. You can see a huge gap established even before the first turn, and it continues to pick up. At this point, Arrieta knows he's got to close the gap. He goes below the center line, cutting the line dramatically to try to make up some of that ground, but overall, Mata was able to hold him off and get out front, establish a really solid lead run here. And so Arrieta's got his work cut out for him in run number 2.
And here as we slow it down, taking a look, different perspectives. As Mata. And look at this, you can see Carlos, like I said, and we were talking about Ryan, and you were elaborating on it. Having some issues here. And now Carlos will lead. Austin will give chase. Arrieta, let's see if he can get it together. He's going to be out front now with that, you know, not being 100%. Austin may tread a little bit lightly here with Carlos, but that might not pay out. Oh, and there you go. See, Carlos initiates, but he's falling down that bank. So the Insane Ways Motorsports SC, whoa, massive. Oh, and look at that. So he shuts it down. So I think Austin got a little bit of gift there, and that's where it gets troublesome. Where the car, you know, it's got a little bit of a sniffles, you know, he's got a bit of a cough. Is he healthy? Is he 100%? I say that metaphorically, and obviously Carlos having issues.
No, I think it's definitely a veteran style type move here from Austin Mata, keeping a little bit of distance, but not so much that he's going to fall potential prey to kind of sandbagging, if you will. In inactive chase, technically what it's called. But coming through the smoke line here, you can see there's a big deceleration from Arrieta in the lead, and Mata coming through the smoke line may have not seen it till the last second there and really just got close to making contact, but fortunately was able to avoid it. Should be an easy victory here for Austin Mata as he will move on into the top 16.
Yep. All right. So Mata, who we've seen have some success in previous years, seen him progress, making quick work. Unfortunately for Carlos, just welding the head back together, not working out for him. And slide him left for Don't Mata, 7-1-0, as Austin Mata moves on into the top 16. He'll go against either that of Evan Bogovic or Micah Diaz. That's our next battle, and this should be a good one. As I'm trying to think, you know, Bogovic, him being working with Odie and being there in Wrightwood, California, and then Riverside, Micah Diaz, Mr. Hold Fast. I have to think that these guys have driven against each other or have practiced at one of the many Southern California tracks. And there are the stats. So yeah, Roseville, California, Riverside, California, Nissan BMW, Micah claiming 620 horsepower. Pretty similar stats, just obviously horsepower difference there, but you always question, definitely not calling Mike a sandbagger by any means, but just saying you know, they can put down any number, just comes down to how you handle it. All right, Evan Bogovic. Let's see what you got out front. That feels suspension. S chassis, Micah Diaz in that BMW. Bogovic throwing it in. Oh, look at that. Micah Diaz tries to get close, has to back off a little bit. Bogovic, nice and high. Really good initiation by Bogovic. Now transition. Oh, looks like Micah Diaz loses the bumper and loses a bit of angle there on the transition. But Bogovic, signed, sealed, delivered. Bogovic throwing down. Really well executed, Ryan, with that clean air. Micah had some reservations, but then, you know, you saw some signs of aggression.
Yeah, Diaz kind of playing with the proverbial fire here. You can see, watch the kind of like multiple attempts at initiating. He got really close to Bogovic and maybe was uncomfortable or not settled there. So that's certainly going to be a deduction for him in the chase position, though it is coming in an aggressive way. But Bogovic out front really filling that outside zone completely. He does go a bit wide on inside clip number 1, so he's giving an opportunity here for Diaz to come back. But you see Diaz there in the chase position, have that adjustment, kind of lost some angle out of the vehicle, so he's a little bit unstable coming through that center section. We know how hard it is to go through that section in general. Complicating that is driving through a smoke line with the car in front of you. So this is no easy task at all. Here it is one more time. Let's take a look at it. He tries to initiate, and then he gets initiated by the last standing cone. Plenty time before that. I'm talking about Diaz here, but he did kind of have that weird setup leading up to it. And here's where he loses a little bit of angle here coming through the center. Bogovic, meanwhile, had a couple little mistakes, like a bit wide on inside clip number 1. But overall, it was a pretty solid lead run. Clean air out front obviously makes it much easier, but now he's got the hard job of chasing him down.
Where I think Bogovic missed the mark, he was actually really gangster on that initiation, that first outside clip, but he hung on too long. Should have let go, but never let go. All right, Micah Diaz out front. Bogovic in the chase position as Bogovic making his debut here in Formula Drift PROSPEC Championship. So now Micah with the clean air, as we always talk about, just a lot more confidence out front. But what really defines a champion is how you're going to handle that chase position. So Bogovic with his first ever Link ECU PROSPEC debut in the chase position shows, it shows you that it's not always as easy in that chase position. And we saw that smoke really come into play, that GT radial smoke right in the face.
Well, Diaz doing pretty much what he needed to do here. He needed to establish a gap, show that he could outdrive in the lead position, and he was able to do that starting about right here through inside clip 1. He gets a little bit almost center punches that clip, or gets a little bit too close to it, but Bogovic starts to fall back here. So on the easier part of the course where Bogovic should be gaining proximity, it's kind of the opposite. He was closer on proximity on the big bank, but then fell behind on the latter parts of the course. Meanwhile, Diaz was running a pretty deep line there, so it's not as if Diaz was running away or trying to cut the line to, gain additional distance between him and Bogovic, but the compression there between Bogovic and Diaz may have been part of the issue in the separation on the latter half of the course. So another tough call for the judges here. A couple mistakes from both drivers in the chase position, and pretty generally clean lead runs, but a couple little mistakes there as well. So this is the, where's the weight going to fall down?
Yeah. And it's shaping up, and this is just showing you, top 30 or top 32, and whittling down. So slide him left for Evan Bogovic, or right for Micah Diaz, and looks like Evan Bogovic gets the win. Unfortunately, that Black Rifle Coffee Company, as Micah Diaz is knocked out. Evan unanimously gets the win, and throw it down to Laurent Nichols with our defending champion.
So I asked Dmitry Brutsky, how's the car? And he said, good. And then I said, well, how's the driver? And he said, pushing too hard. So Dmitry, when you come into the first event defending your crown and you have the target on the back, how do you deal with that pressure?
Just trying to stay calm, put on the show, hope for clean battles, and hope for the best.
Dmitry, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared.
Thank you, Laurent, and there you go. Just a man of few words. He's really chatty. He has like just kind of a good confidence about him in the pits. He's just like I said, not braggadocious, but just feels really confident.
Yeah. Modest claims.
Modest claims.
Yeah.
That's good. What was
appropriate confidence?
Appropriate. I need to write that down. Here we go.
I got to tell you a funny story about that, because somebody made me a shirt that says appropriate confidence. I have it here. It says this, look, appropriate confidence based on preparation.
And did you acquire that from somebody, or?
Somebody I know gave one to me, and I meant to bring it to give the other couple pairs to Matt Field, because it's based on him.
Copy that.
So yeah. And now you're the first to know.
Love it. Josh Love and Alex Licklider. This should be a fun one. Love Licklider and this battle, and Josh Love, you gotta appreciate just a fun loving dude. Alex Licklider, I know his girlfriend's spotting for him. It was Stevie. Was it Stevie? Yeah, it's Stevie. She's spotting for him. All right, here we go. As Alex Love initiates Licklider, a little bit delay there as Joshua Love debuted a new car. Licklider spins out, and that will be an independent mistake as long as Josh Love rips through the entirety of the course, he will have the advantage here. Again, that was an independent mistake by Licklider, unfortunately, and that will hurt him going into the second half with him out front. Ryan.
Well, let's see if we can decipher what transpired here. With Licklider in the chase position, doesn't get the greatest jump. You can see Love out front, does get a pretty solid jump, and notice how he stays high on the bank at the beginning, but then he starts falling down. It's not really going to matter too much. The focus that we're going to have on Love is really, can he finish the run without an incomplete? Because as you said, Jared, very clearly and understandably, it is an incomplete in the chase position, which means a lead does need to finish the run. And he did do that, so Josh Love is going to be in a good position there. Unfortunately for Licklider, he is going to have an incomplete going into the second half of the battle.
Yeah. So and now with him out front, now with Licklider out front, this is what I was talking about earlier about having a vehicle, you know, like Carlos out front and how that was handled between Austin Mata. He says, all right, you know, is he having issues? Did he just loop it on accident? Pressure? What's going through Josh Love's mind?
Yeah, people are really liking the out of abundance of caution, right? So that's the application.
Is that your next T-shirt? Out of abundance of caution.
Yeah. I love these phrases that people come up with. You know,
people come up with them, or you come up with them?
No, I borrow them.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
I see them out in the world.
In the sphere.
This is the thing where, you know, he has to be cautious on this second run because of the incomplete, not really knowing, you know, what it's going to be like to tandem, what it's going to be like to chase down a driver. Maybe you haven't had a ton of runs with them, but either way, it looks like, I believe somebody is probably calling a competition timeout here.
Yeah,
is that correct?
I believe so. Licklider, and that's what we're talking about, making sure he has the appropriate awareness here. So that is Licklider, and I believe want to make sure and confirm that Licklider did call a competition timeout. We are getting confirmation that yes, Licklider did call an NGK competition timeout. Do spark plugs timeout? Yeah, they sure do. A timely spark plug replacement not only prevents fouling and provides the best engine performance, it ensures less repair time and can save you money on unnecessary repairs. Visit ngksparkplugs.com to learn more about OE suggested spark plug intervals and find the best plug for your engines. NGK, the ignition specialist. Move on to our next battle here. We'll finish out Love and Licklider as Schlegel and Rye O'Connor. So Schlegel really throwing down in qualifying. He qualified 13th. Rye O'Connor qualifying 20th. He's pretty pumped to be here. I know he's feeling the flow, but he's going against Schlegel, who's definitely proven. Look at that, Alex Schlegel tapping the wall. You can see just barely upsetting the vehicle, but stays in it in that Drift HQ S13. Rye O'Connor, the MFR 350Z. You can see he's kind of struggling to keep up with Schlegel, but Schlegel taking a shallower line on that second inside zone, excuse me, second outside zone. And across the finish line goes Schlegel. So both of them having some moments of greatness. Schlegel really high on the bank. He's watching, taps and gets out of shape very quickly. He corrects it though.
Yeah, Schlegel gave himself a really great opportunity here to kind of close the door early with a tremendous lead run on the bank. Just one little minor adjustment, but he leaves the door open a little bit on the second half of the run. Obviously, we see the separation here between the two drivers, but as you said, Jared, Schlegel, if he just got out deep to that outside zone, number 2, it would have been a much more, I think, much more lights out kind of feeling going into the next run. But he does leave the door open a little bit there, so that's an opportunity for O'Connor to better the run in his lead position on that section of the course. Now, of course, Schlegel has an opportunity here to, as you said, shut the door by keeping proximity on, and it'll be game over. But there are a few open doors here that both people can kind of take advantage of.
All right. All right, as we... All right, so as we are now alternating the order here as Rye O'Connor and Schlegel. And Rye O'Connor will lead in that MFR 350Z. Schlegel will give chase. And like you said, Ryan, if Schlegel would have delivered on that second outside zone, I think that would have been a little left-right hook right? But unfortunately, just a little. All right, he dodged a little bit. He glanced him. All right, so I got to think that Ryan O'Connor is going to throw it down, but you can see he does. Oh, works it, stays, whoa, mid to, and then throws it up high right there towards the end. But Schlegel keeps the composure, dipping and bathing in that smoke. He's got a bit of a bathtub there, but no soap on or rope involved here, all just smoke soap as Ryan O'Connor exceeds that line. Schlegel did a good job there, all things considered, because we saw Rye about 3/4 of the way up the bank and then went high towards the end, and that could get very precarious.
Yeah, and we saw O'Connor make another mistake on the last outside zone, going more than 2 tires, or at least 2 tires up on the bank. The judges definitely don't want to see that. As you said, Jared, Schlegel a bit more aggressive in the chase position. You could see O'Connor right there almost made a mistake going into the wall. Schlegel makes a good adjustment in the chase position to try to avoid any kind of collision or contact. Right here, this is where O'Connor had a huge opportunity to kind of pull away as Schlegel was on this lower line, but you can see he does go up off the course a little bit, giving maybe a little bit of an advantage back there. So good back and forth battle. Both drivers kind of in that feeling out process, you know, like 2 fighters trying to figure out what each driver is going to do. There's that mistake there from O'Connor out front, and a good bit of defensive driving from Schlegel in the chase position not to ram into him at that section. We've seen a lot of accidents there, but Schlegel makes a pretty sizable mistake on inside clip number 2. So the back and forth aspect of this battle is really about the lesser of the mistakes.
Yep. All right, so let's see what we got here. The outcome between O'Connor and Schlegel. Schlegel definitely, like I said, delivered in. It is about just composure overall. You know, you could see maybe Rye just with his debut here in the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship, just, you know, gaining some confidence, earning the right to be here, and he definitely does. You can see he has some moments, but unfortunately for him, he is knocked out. So we'll have to see him in Englishtown at round 2 of that Link ECU ProSpec Championship. But Alex Schlegel in that Drift HQ S13 gets the win. Schlegel will move on. But all right, let's throw it down to Lorette Nickel. Lorette, what's up?
Hey guys, so I talked to Alex Leclerc and he said he went to initiate, but there was no power. He wasn't sure if there was a supercharger issue. He put his foot to the gas pedal, nothing happened. He wasn't sure if he accidentally downshifted, and he came back and made his competition timeout.
All right, so yeah, thank you so much, Lorette. As Leclerc, you can see him already there on the line, Ryan.
Yeah. Are you kind of hyped as I am, having Lorette for ProSpec this year? This is new.
I guess, yeah, I guess I didn't even consider it, but of course, it's great to have the insight. We're in the booth.
Yeah.
And I always talk about it, especially at the banquets, but this is the second half of this battle, but it's all about perspective. I've never been down on the line during a competition. I know, you know, there were a couple of years where you weren't up here in the booth with me, so it's all about perspective. You know, the drivers have their perspective, the crew, the spotter, us as announcers, and
I don't think that's your speed down there. That's too much controlled chose.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's the appropriate confidence of me being up here, and the abundance of caution that I
want to be very cautious where we put you.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be the mediation of my stress level. I'm good.
Yeah, we definitely want to do that. We want to be good at that.
Yeah, utilizing Lorette and her knowledge and her being down there is absolutely fantastic.
It'll be cool because we haven't really spoken to the ProSpec drivers in depth in the past during competition. This is going to be a first to kind of get that perspective and see how they deal with the challenges of being on the main race day competition.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of different factors, variables, you know, in regards to mindset, and that's where Lorette, you know, got in the head of Brudski. And how's the car? How's the driver? You know, and what's going on between, you know, the distance, the 6 inches in between ear to ear. What's going on there? Here we go. Licklider out front. Joshua Love in the chase position. Licklider looks like he's got power now. Licklider throws it on. Josh Love looks like about middle of the bank. Maybe just pedaling back a little bit. Is that too much? But remember, oh, and look at that. Josh Love taking a shallower line. Goes, dips that front left tire. But remember, Licklider did spin out on his first battle, so, you know, were those mistakes, you know, of Josh Love not being as high as Licklider in that chase position? I don't think that it's enough to offset a spin.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that we learned what was going on with Licklider there, because in any normal circumstance, we would have just said, oh, the guy spun out, he made a mistake. But knowing that he did not have power gives us the context that we need here. And as you said, pretty much perfectly, Jared, we needed to see an incomplete from Josh Love in order to alleviate the issue there. That's a pretty sizable mistake in the chase position. Is it an incomplete, though? I don't think so. So this still looks like, on paper, a win here for Josh Love overall, given the gravity of the mistake of an incomplete in run number 1.
Yeah, and even with Licklider up front, which I'm looking forward to seeing him at, you know, obviously the remaining rounds of the PROSPEC championship, and if he does advance on, but obviously a great contribution to the field of drivers. All right, so here it is. Slide him left for Love, right for Licklider, and looks like Josh Love will be getting some love from the judges. Unanimously, Josh Love gets the win. We'll see you in Englishtown, New Jersey there, Mr. Alex Licklider. And in that Pedal Commander Burnout box is your defending Link ECU ProSpec champion. That is Dmitry Brutsky. He's going against Steve Misko. Misko in the S chassis, another driver we've seen progress over the years. This should be a really good battle. If Misko's car and Dimitri's vehicle up to snuff, as we are getting a bracket update here. This is how they advance right now. So.
Number 5 and 28, respectively. I think with Misko, his driving ability doesn't necessarily speak to where he qualified. For Brutsky, this is about establishing kind of the control that he wants to have to repeat as champion here. And this will be a first, I believe, in history if somebody were able to repeat in a Pro 2/ProSpec series.
Did Honadale stay? No, he just went Pro 2 straight to Pro, huh?
Yeah, they usually like, I'm out. So this is kind of a potentially historical year for somebody like Brutsky, who could have, you know, a double championship in this series. And like Vaughn Gittin Jr. in round 1, you want to kind of establish, you know, a nice Final 4 finish, podium, something like that. Because of the short season, it's only 4 rounds. There's only so many opportunities.
That is right. All right, so Dmitry Brutsky out front. Brutsky qualified 5th. Misko qualifying 28th. Let's see where Brutsky lands. And Brutsky, wow, look at that shredding, that back bumper. But there's Misko. Hey, how you doing? Up jumped the Misko. Now slamming down into that transition. Oh, and Misko gets lost in the smoke. We see a correction there. Brutsky maintains the angle. And, man, I mean, he is just wash, rinse, repeat. And well executed there by Dmitry Brutsky. And there is the smoke plan, a major factor there, Ryan, as they made their way into the center portion.
Well, we're in a really good situation right now, Jared, with the wind blowing and getting the smoke out pretty quickly, but it can become problematic if the wind dies down. You can see Misko was starting off super strong there on the bank, great proximity, but then coming through the smoke line here just makes a big adjustment there through the center section and kind of loses pace with Brutsky. And notice the line that Brutsky is drawing. I mean, it's absolutely flawless on this second outside zone. I don't really even think you can get better than that. So that was a beautiful execution from Dmitry Brutsky in the lead position. As we take a look from above, we give you a kind of a better perspective of what happens to Misko. See, I like the way Misko's attacking here. He's kind of surging in, trying to find a pocket where he can stay next to Brutsky, but he gets lost in the smoke line here and really loses the angle for a second. And then with that, he also loses the pace. And so he's left playing catch up here on a tighter line, which is going to put him in a little bit of a compromising position and make him have to work a little bit harder in the lead run. But Brutsky has a great lead run, so that's the tough challenge here.
But we saw it earlier, just you know, Micah in that chase position maybe had some mistakes there, Micah Diaz, but then when he got out front, it's like, I got this, no problem. But that's what defines a champion, you know, that chase run. You need to be a better chaser than you do a lead driver in order to really define yourself as a champion. I think that's, and look at Brutsky. Yeah, look at this, Brutsky, again, just saying, hey, how you doing? See how he manages this smoke? a lot cleaner than Misko.
Uh-oh.
And Brutski, as I say that over shares. Yeah, and so Misko really clean out front, but unfortunately I think that mistake on the transition from the bank to that flat portion where he straightened out, I even heard the judges go, ooh, kind of a bit of a gasp. So didn't hear that from their audible response.
Well, this kind of driving is pretty representative of the confidence that I think Dmitry Brutski has in his vehicle and in his abilities, because right out of the gate, he's putting the pressure on Misko. He's kind of staying right with him, trying to stay out of the smoke line. And even when he gets in it for a second, he transitions so he stays out of it coming around the other side. Now, he does go slightly up on the bank there, but these are mistakes, I think, that are made in an aggressive way. He's really trying to put the pressure on Misko as the lead driver, and I think that that's going to pay dividends for him here in the 32.
Yeah, let's go ahead and slide him right for Brutski or right for Misko, and I believe you know the outcome. Yes, you're defending Link ECU ProSpec champion Dmitry Brutski. Mr. Never Settle advances on into the top 16. Brutski will be going against one of these guys, Josiah Falaise or Christian Nelson, and I'm happy to see Christian Nelson out here. That RTS 350Z right before driver introduction wasn't able to announce his name because he was working on his vehicle to get it back out here, and so that's great for him. But had some bought time, you know, that's always a blessing when you're a little bit deeper in the bracket.
Yeah, no, for sure. It definitely gave him a little bit of breathing room, but you would have liked maybe to be on the right-hand side of the bracket.
Yeah, maybe even, yeah, and that usually happens. All right, so Josiah Falaise and Christian Nelson. And we are seeing Josiah lead and Christian give chase. Josiah almost in that cone there, getting loose. Josiah is loose. Oh!
Uh-oh.
And this is what you were talking about earlier, Ryan.
Yeah.
So in that chase position, Christian needs to give way to that lead vehicle. So we'll assess it, see what went down here, but I have to assume that Christian got in the way of Josiah on initiation.
Yeah, well, I'll say my piece, but let's bring in one of the judges as well and get some analysis here. You can see that right there is allowed from Josiah, and it looks like just from the chase position, Nelson kind of came up a little bit too quick. But Lantane, jump in here for us. Tell us the interpretation that you guys are thinking about. He kind of looks like he accelerated right after Falaise initiated. What's your perspective
Ryan
there?
Talk.
I'm going to give you the lowdown here.
All right.
There's a restart.
So
I'm just going to erase
they
everything
jumped
you
the
talked
gun.
about.
No, but rightfully so. And we talked about this earlier where we did have contact on a restart last year.
We did.
Because we have such a short run up. That chase car, they're fixated on the car. It's really hard to be like, oh, you know, all this. So
we were talking about it earlier. It was Von Gittin that rear-ended Chris Forsberg 2 years ago.
Yep.
It happens.
So it does happen on the restart because, again, that chase car is fixated on there. They're not looking at the light, and they're like, oh, okay. And that's where it's like, just roll out. Just roll out, you know.
And Ryan, tell us where the light is, because I can see it, but I'm not sure if the fans know exactly where. Where is the light coming down the front straight?
There's one by the one cone, and then there's one kind of straight on from the driver's point of view as they're coming down the straightaway. So that one cone is just off to their left on the fence, and then there's one straight ahead as well. And this is a situation we tend to try to remind the drivers in the briefing, if there's a restart, don't slam on your brakes. But in this case, he had already gotten the angle and he wanted to save his tires, so he tried to straighten up as quick as possible, and the chase car was right there.
And the lights we're utilizing are for the oval track, so they're kind of the strobe repeater, you know, row lights that go up and down, right? Or is it kind of the square ones?
I think it's a light bar that
you can't miss it. Like as a driver, you get blasted.
All right, so we continue on with the course, just minus a couple bumpers here. Man, Christian definitely getting some contact. Oh, and Christian shuts her down. Josiah continues on, and he does need to because he is the lead car. If he was a chase car, not the issue. But with Josiah Falaise ripping through the course in that Drift HQ vehicle, he will continue on, and with Christian Nelson spinning, that is similar to that of Licklider. So unfortunately, these Nissan Zs in that chase position, they're having some issues. Not all of them, obviously, as we saw that of Jager continue on.
You know, I'm sensing a little bit of frustration there from Nelson. I'm not sure whether or not the mistake that was made here after initiation with the big angle had anything to do with the the contact or the collision that happened there. Obviously, he could go look at the vehicle if he wanted to, but went back to the line and started a competition. Unfortunately, it will result in an incomplete, and it looks like Falaise is going to go back to the line along, and there goes, yeah, Nelson is now leaving, so that's going to be an automatic competition timeout for him. Yeah. And it's unfortunate that he's doing it now. He could have done it prior to this and probably not even used the competition timeout. You want to tell me something?
Yeah, Lontaine just told me that back left wheel was, he stands out, bro. Like he's got bad camera on that back left, so
wow.
something's
I'm wondering why
happening.
he decided to go back to the line and continue like that.
Yeah. All right, so as we have the NGK, yes, as we have the NGK competition time out, we will throw it down to Lorette Nickel. Lorette, what do you got?
Hey guys, Amanda Sorensen, we were gonna go in for an interview. She's ready to make history. Ready?
First female to podium in PROSPEC. I'm on it this season.
All right, Amanda's confidence is soaring. She has a new setup in the car, more power. She's done a lot more driving, and she's confident. Meanwhile, she's going against Nate Chen, who's fighting a heating issue with a new blower. Something is rigged up for this weekend, it was a crew chief, John Maycrans, that told me that.
Right on. So, Screaming Eagle Sorensen, huh? And she said...
Making it clear.
Yeah, making it real clear. Sorensen against Nate Chen, and Nate Chen wrapping out with him yesterday in the, like I said, in driver intros. What the debut livery of his FD PROSPEC rookie year. Wanted to have that Hot Wheels kind of homage livery. And Amanda Sorensen, she's saying, all right, first female to get a PROSPEC podium.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised for, the Sorensen clan this year has looked incredible. Her brother, solid, came out of the gate. She's looking great in qualifying. Here's some of the stats here going up against Nate Chen. So this should be a good battle here as we are making our way almost to the other side of the, actually we are on the other side of the top 32.
Wow. Yeah, so
moving along quickly here.
All right, I don't know if you heard that knock. Everybody take a quick knock there on the wood. And we are moving rapidly up until this point. We'll see how it proceeds as Amanda Sorensen pulls to the line. Remember, we'll finish out the second half of that battle of Josiah Falaise and Christian Nelson. Amanda Sorensen making some history, making some claims, and Nate Chen heating up, literally, as his vehicle is running hot. And I'm coming in hot. And Matt Soba on Europa, making sure they're good. Send them, fellas. And that is a restart. I believe. Did we get a light jump there? Okay, so Amanda Sorensen, back one. All right, so little strike one there for Amanda Sorensen. Remember, Blake Olson does move on into the top 16. He has a bye run as he qualified second, and we have 30 vehicles in top 32. Amanda Sorensen will lead, Nate Chen giving chase. Again, Amanda Sorensen jumped the lights. As the chase vehicle, Nate Chen can leave before Amanda because he is the chase vehicle to just pace another vehicle. So Nate can leave, but you saw he had a bit of a hiccup, and the lead car needs to leave no longer than 2 seconds after the light extinguishes. Amanda throwing it high on the bank. Look at Nate Chen. He jumps to the side of that BMW. Here comes Amanda tight to that front clip. Now coming through that power alley into that second inside clip. Amanda Sorensen looking a lot more comfortable here in that drift line BMW than she even did in qualifying. So that confidence working out for Amanda, that hot rod of a vehicle. Nate Chen, let's take a look at it again, Ryan. Any standout moments, mistakes for you?
Well, definitely a good start here. I'm super impressed with this PROSPEC class of 21 so far. Sorensen gets a nice aggressive initiation, already starts pulling a little bit of a gap. Notice the difference in line. You can see it. Sorensen was up higher. Chen lost a little bit of angle coming down off the bank. She does well to make that adjustment through inside clip number 1. Chen coming through the smoke line ends up on a tighter line here, really reduces the angle through inside clip number 2. So out front with the clean air, Sorensen taking advantage of that by putting down a solid, clean lead run and making it much more difficult for Nate the second half of this battle here. That's kind of the benefit of these qualifying positions. You get that first impression. You can see that surging attack from Nate, but he loses a bit of angle in doing so. So gains some proximity, but is not really able to kind of have that mimicking effect that the judges are looking for. So good lead run from Sorensen overall. Chen had a couple moments, but also some noticeable mistakes. Now let's switch things up. But Jared, I'm noticing off camera that Nate Chen has gone back to the hot pits.
Oh man, well that's an appropriate choice of words, the hot pits, because as Lorette was talking about before they headed out, Chen calling his NGK competition time out. So Nate Chen. All right, Lorette, I understand you got Nelson down there in the pits. What's going on?
Yeah, I sure do. Christian Nelson is telling me what's going on. So there was some damage sustained. What happened?
Yeah, we wadded it up in the wall in practice, and my team got the whole left front corner replaced about 5 minutes before we had to go out, and went out for our chase one with Josiah, and I guess I must have bumped him on entry, and it ended up being a restart. I thought I was sitting on a 0, so we went at it again. Car felt a little crappy steering, but flicked it up in. We came onto the bank, and it must have broke the left rear corner. We don't know what it did yet. And then, coach is in my ear telling me to keep going, so I kept going, and we're sitting on a 0 already. I don't want to make my guys work super hard. It looks like it's going to be too much to fix in 5 minutes, so that's the end of our debut, and we're psyched for New Jersey. That's a home track for us, and we got some seat time on it, and it's going to be a blast.
Christian, thank you for your time. Jared.
Thank you so much, Lorette. And we are getting an update here in regards to Nate Chen. Unfortunately, he debeated, so he. And when Ryan, elaborate here, because so real quick, Josiah Falaise will move on, right? So Josiah Falaise will move on. He will need to complete his second half of that battle. But let's talk about Amanda Sorensen and Nate Chen. When a vehicle debeats, that you can't call a competition timeout on that.
Yeah, that is one of the rules that we have. If a vehicle debeats, that vehicle, if it happens on the first run, is not able to go to the second run. So unfortunately, this will be an automatic win for Amanda Sorensen, with Nate Chen not able to complete the second lap. And just going back to the Falaise-Nelson battle, given some of the comments that Nelson said, it sounds like a little bit of an oversight there. If I heard him correctly, he thought that there was an incomplete, but he went back and lined up in the same order. So it was a restart. He had an opportunity to go back and take a look at the vehicle. So hopefully there's some lessons taken away from this that they can apply to New Jersey. But unfortunate for him, bowing out here after a pretty decent showing so far. We will be moving on and making our way through the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, so Josiah Falaise in that Drift HQ vehicle will move on. Christian Nelson knocked out. Amanda Sorensen will move on. She'll be going against Blake Olson in the top 16. Both those drivers from Las Vegas, as there it is, and we'll make it official. Sorensen and Chen. Unfortunately, Chen with that debeating in that GT86. Amanda Sorensen moves on in her Driftline BMW. Ryan, already, man, we got 1, 2, 3 more battles left, and we will see the finishing out of Josiah Falaise from Canada. We'll be piloting this vehicle again, finishing out the second half of this with Christian Nelson, unfortunately, having to retire. So we'll lay out, why don't you listen up, turn up the mics. I'll lay out for Josiah Falaise and his Drift HQ S chassis by run. Falaise in that Drift HQ S14. He will move on. He'll be going against the defending champ, Dmitry Brudsky. So Josiah Falaise, Christian Nelson knocked out. And we only have 3 more battles left here in the top 32. There's our updated bracket. And here is our next matchup. And it looks like we are seeing that of Corey Talaska and Rudy Hansen. So Talaska and Hansen, 2 new drivers here in the PROSPEC Championship. They're in the Pedal Commander burnout box. Make sure they don't run into each other here. Corey Talaska from Wisconsin and Rudy Hansen from Pocatello, Idaho. Rudy Hansen from Pocatello, Idaho. Let's see what Rudy's got. That S13. And Corey Talaska in that BMW. Corey qualifying a 7th, Rudy qualifying 26th. Pulling up to the line. Let's see what we got. Both drivers ready, making sure that starter Matt gets him going. And away they go. All right, so Corey out front, Rudy in the chase position. Corey initiates, Rudy back there quite a bit. Corey running his own game. Rudy not even part of the equation. Let's see if he steps up here. Transitioning, hits that jump. And Talaska off to the races. No problem. For the whitewashed BMW E36, Rudy comes out swinging past that finish line.
Yeah, good start here for Talaska in the lead position. Great jump out front. You can see 4 or 5 car distance. And really having to pan out here to kind of see just how far back Hansen is. Starts to close the door towards the end of outside zone number 1, but transitioning through this tougher part of the course, kind of loses ground again, and then Talaska eyes his rear wheels right on the edge of that outside zone. Stays pretty close there, is able to fill that with some pretty good consistency. Let's take a look at it from above here. You can see that distance that Hansen is trying to make up. He really has to kind of cut the line pretty dramatically to try and close a door here, but wasn't able to really be much of a factor here in the chase position. So some work cut out for him here going into run number 2 as we will switch things up.
All right, so again, with Rudy Hansen back quite a bit, this might be a scenario where, you know, getting that clean air, a lot more confidence out front. How is Corey Talaska going to chase him down? And both of these drivers making their debut in the Link ECU PROSPEC Championship here in Orlando. And remember, our next round of Formula Drift competition, June 18th and 19th, Englishtown Raceway Park. All right, got a restart here. Got a few restarts.
That was a
going.
quick one.
Yeah. It was one spicy meatball, am I right? Did you have lunch yet, Ron?
I usually just do like a moderate amount of
you had a
snacking.
salad or something?
Moderate amount of snacking.
Yeah, just like Rice Krispie treat or something, or
yeah, I never. It's hard for me to like leave and go sit down and have a meal.
No, I feel it. Sit down, stay humble.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that what's up? Rudy Hansen out front, and Corey Talaska in the chase position. The second half of this battle, the winner going against either Ben Hobson or Javi Martinez. only just begun, right, Kenan? Kenan Marshall, how we doing? And we are clear to send. Rudy gets the grip. No cones hit. We got a clean start. Rudy Hansen, faint entry into the bank, and look at Rudy. This is what I was talking about. Rudy a lot more comfortable out front. Let's see how Corey. Oh, and Corey shuts her down. Oh no, oh, and Rudy spins out. So lead versus lead, chase versus chase.
That's a big bummer for Hansen there, because that would have been, if completed, probably a way to come back in competition here. However, let's go through the way that these incompletes actually function and work. We see in the chase position, Talaska falling back a little bit, at least being on a lower line, but really this is where he makes the big mistake in incompletes. Now let's watch Rudy out front, looking good, and then he incompletes on his own. So we've got double incompletes on the second run. We've got somebody that has points, in quotes, in the first run. So explain it to us, Ryan.
There's a potential of like a slight advantage here. Slide him left for Corey, right for Rudy Hansen, and waiting for judges here on this verdict.
Yeah, we're all input. Just waiting on the boys to push the buttons. There we go.
And there it is. So Corey Talaska gets the win. And Ryan, we're talking about, I mean, neither the driver had something sensational. Kind of, there was a slight variance in one driver or the other.
Yeah, as Ryan said, the the second run, both drivers incompleted, so there's nothing to look at there. Then we just refer back to the first run, in which Corey Talaska definitely had a decent lead run. And unfortunately in the chase there, Rudy did not, so goes to Corey.
Corey Talaska gets the victory. He will be going against either Javi Martinez or Ben Hobson. I know Ben Hobson from here in Florida. And that's Javi Martinez coming all the way from Arizona. And here's what we're looking at. So Ben Hobson, Pell City. Oh, he's from Florida, Alabama. My bad. Maybe I just assumed that because Mr. Alec Hotterdale was hyped on him. He says, my best friend is competing in pro competition. So I apologize that. Might be. He's got that the FLA full lock automotive. That's where he's originally from. Javier Martinez, living in Tucson, Arizona. Got two S chassis, fairly similar setups. Let's see who comes out on top. Should be a good battle if we got their vehicles at 100%. Saw Javier Martinez. I know he's having some issues in at LS Fest West in Las Vegas. Just a few weeks ago. So let's see. Hobson out front qualifying 10th. Javier Martinez qualifying 23rd. Hobson initiates really high on the bank. Javier Martinez a little late initiation, but does work it up. Just barely inching his way up, slamming down as Hobson. That actually allowed Javier Martinez to gain some ground, but does not capitalize on it. Hobson, full lock, literally, and sponsored on the door. Ryan, let's take a look at this again here.
Yeah, so Hobson in the lead here, and Martinez chasing him down. Hobson pretty aggressive out of the gate, gets a nice little jump back on throttle pretty quickly. Little tap there with the slight adjustment to the front wheels. Martinez taking that lower line to try to gain back some of that distance lost. Big compression there by Hobson in the lead position. Martinez still struggling to kind of find his grounding here. You can see the separation not doing him any favors here in the chase position, and just slightly on the inside of outside zone number 2 is Hobson. So doing a pretty good job in the lead position. As we take a look at it from the sky, there's that little tap right there, getting close up to the wall. And then back around we go. You can see a big separation there with Martinez unable to close the door here as we take a look at the second half of this run, with Martinez now going the lead and Hobson chasing him down.
Let's see Martinez, we talk about a vehicle that has the potential of not being 100%. How do you chase that down? With an abundance of caution, I assume? Or do you think it's an abundance, or do you think it's a moderate level of caution for Hobson?
Moderate.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Martinez out front. Hobson in the chase position. So, oh, Hobson. I don't know. That's no level of caution right now. He is absolutely going for it. Martinez. Oh man. Hobson got cocky there, almost got knocked off the block, but Martinez putting the car in the right places. Lead versus lead, chase versus chase, Ryan. That's what we are analyzing.
And who did best overall. So here we go, second half of the run. Martinez in the lead position this time around. Hobson kind of starts early here, says, hey, you know, I'm not going to be moderate in my caution. I'm going to throw caution to the wind, so to speak. Look at that. There's a couple of them there. But as we come down into the center section, you can see the compression from both drivers. Hobson doing such a good job up until this point, but he kind of goes a little bit long there, and then he cuts the line to try to gain back the proximity that was lost. So the first half of the run, really strong for Hobson. The second half, leaving a little bit to be desired. Martinez out front, how did he do on his lead run? Well, he was a little bit wide at inside clip number 1, and let's take a look at how that kind of built up. Mid-high line on the bank, so decent job there. Pretty consistent with the angle, but see, he blows through inside clip 1. He goes way wide there. Then on inside clip 2, he is able to make it back around, but is he able to fill the zone completely? Nope, not until the last maybe 25% does he get out as deep as needed. So, going to the judges here, who's moving on into the top 16?
Hobson or Martinez? I felt like Hobson was just a little more dominant there in that chase position, and that seems to be the case amongst the judges as well. Ben Hobson.
You want me to do another announcer's curse real quick?
Sure.
We haven't had any one more times at the top.
Cool. There you go. All right. Well, appreciate that. So, Matt, you see one from Adam Gruby or TLO, but regardless, Ben Hobson gets the win. Ben Hobson gets the win, so you get to slide his name in that bracket. Only 2 more battles left here in the top 30. Sorry, 4 more battles. I apologize. 4 more battles. As TLO.
Does it feel weird to you that we don't break after this and we just kind of keep going?
You know, just overall, this is a marathon, not a sprint, baby.
Right.
So we're just maintaining.
I'm not making any judgments, just kind of taking it in.
I'm looking at every battle. I'm excited. It's good to be here with you.
And you're giving equal effort for every battle as well. I can feel it. You're just
I appreciate
great.
That. Yeah, we're riffing.
Yeah.
We're vibing, man. We're like noodling. We're like a Grateful Dead concert. It's like you don't know what you're in for. You don't know what you're gonna hear, but it's all 10 hours. We're jamming. We're high on life, baby. Here we go. TLO. Tommy Lemaire-Oulet versus Mr. Adam Gruby and TLO. Talk about that Grateful Dead. He's high on that bank, and there's a lot of smoke being created. And TLO continues on through the course as Adam Gruby from Oklahoma rips through that finish line, but might be a little too late for TLO.
Well, I think Tommy does his job here as a lead driver pretty well. He gets a nice aggressive flick way up on the bank. Now let's take a look in the chase position here to Groob. He goes way down below the center line, and also has to make an adjustment, which looks like it straightens up the vehicle. I think maybe the judges might be leaning towards an incomplete in the chase run, which would really give Tommy a huge advantage going into the second half. But as you said, Jared, with these guys maybe not have spent a lot of time driving against each other, what would be the approach? What would be the prudent approach in this second half of the battle? Here it is again. Let's take a look. I think the judges are basically going to give an incomplete for this section right there, where he goes way down off course and then kind of has to make a bit of an adjustment to get back on course. And I think that's just going to be too much in their mind. So we'll confirm that, but out front in the lead position, Tommy Lemaire-Oulet looking pretty solid overall. Now it's just going to be what's his strategy here in chasing down a driver that has an incomplete, What does he need to do here to make sure that he ensures himself a position in the top 16?
Whenever I say Tommy Lemaire, Ouellette, again, TLO, I think of ELO. Are you familiar with the band? ELO. You know the song Mr. Blue Sky? Mr. Blue Sky, please tell me. You know the song. Okay. Well, I'll play that later for you during the break. All right. Yeah, what's going on? Will Maddox, seriously stickers. Send it, brother. Taco Slayer. Here we go. TLO versus Adam Gruby. Do you know my man, Will Maddox? I believe you do. He goes by Taco Slayer because my man Will's listening to us right now, but I gotta give him a shout out because my man Will has eaten tacos every day for every meal for over 600 days. Yeah, and you would think that, like, you know, physically no, he climbs, he hikes, he gets after it, and he's going for 1,000 days straight. So check out my man, the Taco Slayers. He's doing that.
That's representing.
What food could you eat every day for 1,000 days?
I think, you know, I'd have to think about it.
One of our judges said Oreos.
Water?
Water every day.
You said eat, though.
Yeah, I said eat. Ice, frozen water, I guess. All right, here we go. Regardless, Adam Gruby and TLO. Adam Gruby initiates. Tommy in the chase position. Gruby feeling groovy. Oh, but then gets out of the groovy. Oh, wow, he's all over the track. Oh, oh, boy. All right, on the head out. Unfortunately for Adam Gruby, that will be an incomplete in that lead position. Tommy does not even need to complete the entirety of the run. That means that Mr. TLO will be advancing on.
Yeah, this might be a good time to kind of point out the way that the judges look at incompletes from either the lead or the chase position. If a driver in the lead position incompletes, at that point of the incompletion, the run is off. The judging stops there, and that's basically just to avoid any unnecessary potential collisions or accidents or whatever. So the chase driver, once upon a driver spinning or going four wheels off course, can shut it down. And it looks like that's what Tommy was doing here. He saw all four off from Gruby and just tries to get out of the way there. Take a look at it one more time. Down here, we got really close to 4 tires off, but right here, it's pretty clear. All 4 off, and then has to stop drifting there. So this will be an easy win for Tommy. Moving on into the top 16, looking pretty good as he will battle the winner of this next setup between Human Rahimi and Daniel Stuck.
All right, so TLO will be getting the victory there as Tommy Lemaire Ouellette and Adam Gruby is knocked out. All right, as we're seeing, we're moving on from Gruby to Stuckey. Daniel Stuckey and Human Rahimi, while they warm up their tires, join the Falcon autograph session during the halftime break. Odi Bakshi's, Justin Pollock, Dio Shahara, Matt Field at the Falcon Tires booth. So go wrap out with them. And thank you to Falcon Tires for the continued support. Day one supporters, right? Since 2004, Falcon Tire.
Yeah, really cool. So check out your favorite Falcon drivers as we move on to this next battle here. Human Rahimi and Daniel Stuck, 2 drivers that have carried over from last year.
Yep.
Solid drivers here, should be a good battle. And we will find out who's going to be moving on into the top 16. As after this battle, we have 2 more to go, and then the top 16 will be filled.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Human Rahimi will lead, who qualified very well, qualifying 6th. Again, him and Jonathan Hurst teaming up. Last year, Hurst now entering into pro competition, the Mr. Cash Racing. Look at Daniel Stuckey in that M-Spec S chassis. Look at this, Human Rahimi, about 3/4 up the bank. Look at that, throwing some more angle at it. Nice job by Human Rahimi. Daisy Raj boys, how we doing? And now past that second inside clip, Stuckey taking it out. I'll tell you what, Human, just over the years that I've seen him progress from LS Fest, these fun events, to now just really getting the car dialed in. It seems that he's just progressed as a driver. His vehicle builds and how it just really complements what he's been doing as far as progression.
Yeah, kind of getting it done here and looking very settled and confident in the vehicle. It gets a great jump here. Stuckey starts off a little bit lower. He has to kind of work his way up to kind of match the line, but notice the angle reduction there. Now, obviously, Rahimi is not doing everything that he needs to do as a lead driver. He wasn't as high as he could have been on the big bank, and both drivers kind of struggling a little bit through that center section and carrying into inside clip number 2. But here Rahimi puts the gas down, really focuses on finishing strong as he's able to get most of that zone filled. Here it is from the above in the sky here. You can see the differences in the two drivers' approaches. There's that little bit of angle reduction. Rahimi kind of a midline there, but Stuckey is actually doing what he's supposed to be doing, going on the same line as Rahimi, but he didn't do it as cleanly as he could have. He made a couple mistakes along the way, and then he wasn't fully able to kind of close the door towards the finish. So, moving things around, now we see Stuckey go to the lead as Rahimi will now chase him down.
All right, I think Stuckey is really going to shine here. Let's see, really talked up Hooman Rahimi there in the lead position, but how is he going to handle the chase? Daniel Spooky. Spooky Stuckey. Daniel out front, that S-Spec. S15 comes in, nice job by Stuckey, and that's what I was talking about. Just more added confidence. Transition, no problem. Hooman Rahimi overshoots it. Oh, a massive correction there for Rahimi. Oh, it goes wide on entry on that second outside zone. That might hurt him, Ryan. That is what I'm talking about. That is just that X factor, really putting it all together. Lead versus lead, chase versus chase.
Well, big plume of smoke emanating from both of these drivers' vehicles, and let's take a look at the second half of this run here with Stuckey out front this time. A little bit of a higher line than Rahimi in his run, so comparatively speaking, maybe a little bit of a slight edge there. Does and is able to get to that inside clip 1, and then take a look at the separation here, and that's where you see that big correction by Rahimi in the chase position in 2 areas. One, losing the angle and then going up on the course right at the beginning of outside zone 2. So Stuckey kind of staying composed here in the second half of the battle with a little bit of pressure on after run number 1, and looks like he is going to be moving on into the top 16.
And there it is, Daniel Stuckey gets the win. Daniel Stuckey moves on. 2 more battles here in top 32. I like the variety of beats during the replays. You know, we had like 3 last year, and some people like, you know, was like, can we get some variety? I think, you know, Kemp and Bondo changed it up a little bit.
They kind of like you guys didn't, you kind of skimped on that one, huh?
Yeah,
last year. that was on us, though.
Audio budget was a little limited last year. This year, get some variety.
For us it was, yeah.
One gets real poppy, and one sounds like real epic, episodic, like all of a sudden, you know, Thor's hammer is just gonna fly through the sky, and like, you know, I mean, look at Rich Whiteman. He looks like something from a, you know, the Marvel movie right there. Derek Madison, I like it. It's a good look. You know, not as, you know, not as Thorish, but I still love Derek. Much love for Derek Madison. I got to go out to Worldwide Technology Raceway and just saw just a fun track event at night. It was Vaughn, Chelsea, and I, and we got to take the Mustangs out there during like just an open track shred sesh, and D-Mads was out there.
Right on, right on.
Yeah, man.
I was going to say, what's the relevance to this? And then you tied it in at the end.
We hung out with Derek Madison. I was at a drift event in St. Louis. That's the relevance. And Derek Madison was there.
That's what made it relevant.
Yes, thank you. Brought it full circle, baby. All the way there. All right, so Rich Whiteman out front. Derek Madison in the chase position. And Whiteman at JZX 100, really high on the bank. Well done by Rich. Let's see how D-Mad, that fuel lap. Whoa, wow. Oh, that could have gone south real quick. But Rich keeps it together, and D-Mads comes out of that smoke. Which way did he go? Which way did he go?
Well, we talked about that center section playing a big role in the overall difficulty for the chase drivers, and here it kind of showed its face a little bit. Rich out front looking pretty solid there. Comes off the bank a little bit early, but he's doing it to get that inside clip. And here comes D-Match through the smoke. Has to lock up the brakes in order to avoid making contact there to Rich Whiteman. And then on this last little section here, he's trying to close the door by taking that tighter line, but Rich out front was able to keep that distance, put a pretty solid lead run together. And this is where the spotter communication is incredibly important. What does Rich need to do here to kind of lock in a victory against Madison, who makes this mistake in the chase? And let's take a look at how it happened here. The smoke line kind of blinding him. He comes through, kind of transitioning maybe at the wrong time, and then having to lock up the brakes there to avoid contact. So good that he did that, but then it put him at a bit of a disadvantage as he was left trying to make up ground toward the latter part of the run.
Yeah, I know Rich Whiteman has a lot of fans, including a former competitor of Formula Drift, Jeff Stoneback. He was super hyped on how Rich is driving. So, but now it's all about D-Mads. Derek Madison out front. Rich Whiteman in the chase position. Rich qualifying 6th. Derek Madison qualifying 27th. Derek Madison initiates high on the bank. Rich playing it safe maybe here as Madison has a great degree of angle. Rich making sure that he goes to the inside, taking out that first inside clip, and now in that second outside zone, D-Mat's buried into it, but Rich, not having the exact angle, did have proximity. You know, Rich had some great proximity, but not mimicking the angle, so it's kind of nosing in.
Well, a ton of great battles here in the top 32. Our final one almost coming to conclusion here. We got one more between Haley and Kelsey Rowlings, but let's take a look at Madison and Whiteman on run number 2. Madison this time trying to get some back, nice and high on the bank. Coming down into the first inside clip, great job there. Here comes Whiteman in the chase position, avoiding the smoke line to keep that proximity as Madison back on throttle here, huge smoke line, but look at Whiteman closing the door, little bit less angle, but keeping the pressure on. So great run there from Derek Madison out front, but is it enough to overcome the mistake in his chase? We're looking at the chase run here with Whiteman, who mid-high line doesn't make a major mistake, didn't do maybe every little thing that you needed to do, but right here towards the end, kind of made a little bit of a push towards keeping that pressure on Madison through a big portion of that final outside zone, and that may be enough.
And here the scores are in. Rich Whiteman and Derek Madison. Slide them left for Whiteman, right for Madison. Which way are they going? Our judges, Brian Eggert, Ryan Lontaine, and Chris Yule. As Rich Whiteman gets the victory. Rich Whiteman with one more battle left. One more battle left in our top 32 of the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship. One more battle left in 32, and there they are on the line. We got Andy Haley. He said hopefully his vehicle will be done by that of June 18th, 19th. We will see, but it's Haley and Rawlings. Haley from Southern California, Kelsey Rawlings from right here in Orlando. And Haley building his E46, like I said, hopefully be done by New Jersey. We will see. And here comes Haley. I know he's been working on his vehicle, putting a fire suppression system, getting it ready for this battle, a twin S chassis battle. Looks like Andy Haley continues on. Kelsey Rawlings, a little bit of slight delay there. It seems like a slow start off the start from jump, but continue through the course as Andy brings it around. Is that like a 6? Let's take a look at it again here. Ryan.
Yeah, Haley kind of slow rolled the entrance or the exit of the chicane. It didn't really get on throttle. I mean, he's not really even making a smoke line, so I'm kind of curious about what's going on here compared to what we saw in qualifying yesterday. Now it looks like the car's kind of getting going, so I think the judges are definitely going to keep a close watch on that. wasn't as aggressive out of the gate as you would like to see, and really didn't fully kind of really start spinning the tires until about halfway, 3/4 of the way through the big bank. So how that may have had an impact here on Kelsey trying to make an adjustment, it's really hard to say. Kelsey kind of stayed down on a lower line and then tried to move up here on the big bank. Now she's in more of a mimicking fashion, going through inside clip 1, coming through the smoke line, looking for an area to attack here, but Haley is able to kind of fend her off a little bit by keeping the pace going and staying wide there in outside zone number 2. But Kelsey looking a lot stronger there on the last little section.
Yeah, let's see she could stand and deliver here, because again with Andy, you know, this is the first time he's competing in this car. This is a borrowed car from right here in Florida, with his vehicle not being prepared. And let's see what we got. And here we go. Kelsey Rawlings out front. Andy Haley in that chase position. Kelsey initiates. So yeah, it seems that that Andy might be just tempering the flame there of that vehicle. But Kelsey with that clean air out front, that Ford powered S14, got the Illuminator 5-liter just poking out of the chassis, or excuse me, the hood. And there's Kelsey Rawlings. So Kelsey Rawlings putting it down. Andy Haley, not a bad showing, a little bit of distance there in that chase, Ryan.
Well, Kelsey does get a pretty good jump out of the gate, and we see some of that paying dividends here as she was able to kind of establish a gap on a very important part of the track. Gets that good compression coming down into inside clip number 1. Haley trying to close the door here, but not really able to be much of a threat here on the second half of the run. And as we get to the about midway point of outside zone 2, she's still able to kind of fend them off there, with Haley slowly inching towards that last little section. So as we take a look from above, you can see Kelsey pretty much throttle fully out, 100% down the front straight. And you know, the comparison between Haley and her on that approach may be a difference, or an important difference in the overall valuation from the judges. But Kelsey out front was able to do a pretty decent job in locking in a lot of the specific criteria that the judges are looking for as a lead driver, and it looks like scores are in pretty quick.
Scores are in. Andy Haley or Kelsey Rawlings. And look at this, Kelsey Rawlings gets the victory. Kelsey Rawlings, 2 females in top 16. Unfortunately for Andy, Haley's knocked out. Hoping to get his BMW together for round 2 of the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship. Ryan, you talked about it earlier. We're going straight into 16. Obviously, just going to take a look at the track here, but it'll just be moments. There's no large break. Normally 32. We have a halftime break, and then we go into 16 like hours. No, we're talking minutes here, baby. We're going all the way into it. Here is how our top 16 bracket shapes up in our Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship. You see Novak versus Jaeger, Mata, Bogovic, Love versus Schlegel, Brutsky versus Feliz, Olsen versus Sorensen, Corey Talaska versus Ben Hobson, TLO versus Daniel Stuckey, Rich Whiteman versus Kelsey Rawlings. Ryan?
Yeah, lots of great battles there as we get things underway. The top 16 up next, first time ever.
That's right. When we come back, ProSpec Top 16 continues. Don't go anywhere. Send it.
I'm Dylan Hughes, Formula Drift Pro Driver, and today we're going to talk about Royal Purple HPS and what actually goes into it. There's a lot of talk about additives, and Royal Purple has its proprietary Centerlick technology. It is fortified with a high level of zinc phosphorus anti-wear additive for exceptional protection against heat and wear. Its high film strength improves sealing between the piston ring and cylinder wall for maximum horsepower and torque. Royal Purple HPS, race car technology for the street.
Well, hello, Drift fans, and welcome to beautiful Garden State, New Jersey. Some drivers love it, some drivers absolutely despise it. You're going to see carnage, you're going to see mayhem, but you're also going to see some dynamic and awesome driving. Marco just nicking that course marker. Jeff Jones swinging for the fences. I'm on a new level. They're riding the line. Woo! Oh, doctor, look at this!
There are really no weak battles anymore, even in the top 32.
Hey, I'm Dan Burkett, and I drive this Mark IV Toyota Supra. My sister, she would keep it entertaining and then probably keep the notes going, and I'd just keep driving.
Sammy, you will wreck the car.
I have a pet. His name is Turbo. It's a Shiba Inu dog. Sit. Sit, Turbo. Tell the people a story. Besides myself, I had a lot of favorite drifters. I like watching Chelsea Denofa drive. So driving-wise, I like watching Chelsea.
It definitely looked fantastic. Whoa, doctor, look at that!
Of Chelsea? Yo, what's up, guys? So we're out here drifting, and this is why you should do this, because... Oh, man. I don't know. Mullet Man Dan?
I'm still gonna send it.
My best pickup line? I don't know. I just showed up at her apartment door with an empty box of pizza and was like, hey, pizza delivery. And then I introduced myself. That's how I met Renee. So that's my best pickup line. Well, there's more to the story. I had short shorts on, no shirt, and a bow tie. Okay, I left out some details, but those are good details. Probably work on their car with them, or if we could be with some of my drift cars, we'd go drifting together. If they want, we could cut a mullet if they wanted. No.
Welcome back to the beautiful site that is Orlando Speed World. An absolutely ideal day. We've been out here at Orlando Speed World when it is just absolutely miserable, hot, sweaty, stinky, and wet. Talking about rain as well. So it's funny, interesting. Yesterday when we shut everything down around 10 o'clock or just before 10, rain came down. Didn't see it yesterday. You know, hopefully we don't see any today, but there is always a possibility. Here is our top 16 Link ECU ProSpec Championship bracket. You can see Novak and Jaeger, as well as Mata, Bogovic, Love, Schlegel, Brutsky, Feliz, Olsen, Sorensen, Talaska, Hobson, Lemaire, Stuckey, Whiteman, and Rawlings. Speaking of Rich Whiteman, Lorette Nickel is with the JZX 100 Pilot. Lorette?
His ProSpec rookie debut, Rich Whiteman not only qualifies 6th, but he finishes his car the Monday before the event. Nothing like a little drama to lead you into Orlando. Tell us what happened.
So we were a little bored. We had too much time to relax, so we decided to put the car together in the pits. So we had a big fuel issue on Sunday. Had everything overnighted from a couple of partners, got it all together on Tuesday, and that's it. Got 5 practice runs. Car's running great. I love this thing. It's doing good. So I'm stoked just to be here. I can't believe it ran for 1 lap, let alone 7. So
now, how do you take this win and keep that momentum moving forward?
We're really comfy. We're not going to change much. The car seems to be working. We don't really have we have a couple things we need to fix when we go home, but as of now, the car works. It's up to me. So I just need to get a little bit better at driving, and I'll give myself a carbon trophy. And I don't know what we got, an hour and a half.
A little bit, yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Lorette.
Guys.
Thank you, Lorette, and yeah, that's a big claim right there, making it really easy for everybody. All right. I'm going to do this. I'm going to drive. I'm going to get myself a carbon trophy. Everybody knows Formula Drift trophies, they are made of carbon. They might be lightweight, but they are definitely not easy to get. As we are getting some track maintenance here, we'll get the track mates. Thank you to our hardworking track staff, both at Orlando Speed World and our built-in Formula Drift staff. Thank you for all of them for helping us out. Hey, you want more power? Need better reliability? Well, hit up BC for the good stuff. Talking about cams, cranks, rods, stroker kits. Brian Crowder has your high-performance needs covered. And for a limited time, get 10% off at runbc.com. Use the promo code Let's Go Racing. So head on over to runbc.com and save 10%. Getting the track just finished up, blown and striping the course for our top 16. Next stop, not until we find out on the podium. We'll have obviously 16-8, no battle for third place. That is dictated by the higher qualifying driver in that consolation bracket, and then of course the overall winner here. So as we are just finishing up clearing the track, let's get some tech talk courtesy of Holly Performance. This is Holly Tech Talk.
Chris Forsberg, driver of the NOS energy drink Nissan 370Z, and of course we run nitrous on our car. We use it to spool our twin Garrett turbo system, and we actually use it as a kind of all-at-once shot to light those turbos off, then we let the Garrett turbos take it from there. So it's about 100 shot, comes in over 40% throttle, over about 3,000 RPM, and as soon as we come up to about 75% of our target boost, the nitrous actually turns off and the turbos take over. So we get about 4 passes before we have to change bottles. Bottles hold 12 pounds of nitrous, but we don't run them all the way out, so we're burning about 2 pounds a lap. It's basically there just to kind of light them off and let the turbos take care of the rest.
All right, welcome back as we are getting set, and we are going to be going into top 16 here in just a moment. Ryan, any standout battles for you? You know, anything that's, you know, now that we've gone from, you know, obviously qualifying where we had 30 vehicles, and now seeing what you've seen in top 30, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's definitely some good battles here. Love and Schlegel, Brudsky, Fillets. The new guys for me are really kind of impressing more than I would have expected in, you know, rookie season. So I think we're going to see a great battle there between Olsen and Sorensen as well. TMO and Stuckey. Yeah, I mean, there's not a bad one on here.
I think the one that stands out to me is Blake Olsen and Amanda Sorensen. I only say that because they've drifted against each other, and they practice out in Las Vegas. But also for Blake, he's only had 2 runs on this track, and he was on a previous tire manufacturer until GT Radial steps in as the spec tire for Pro 2. So Blake Olsen with only 2 runs on his vehicle, new tire. You know, that could contribute to some interesting scenarios, and going first head-to-head battle in this season with new tires.
Yeah, and you know, going to the battle at hand here, this will be the first time that we see Nick Novak do competition in head-to-head.
Yep.
And you know, I was looking at some stuff last night, and I saw Frederick Osbo comment on his qualifying run saying that run was better than some pro drivers.
Oh,
so
for sure.
A huge compliment from the champion of Frederick Osbo towards Nick Novak. But now you got to get the job done. Here, his first battle in the top 16 is against Jaeger, and let's see how it goes down here, as now we will finally start whittling our way down to who's going to be the top 2 guys battling it out in the finals here in just maybe in 2 hours.
Yep. All right, so Nick Novak had some words with the Rhett Nickel during that driver introduction, and here we go. Our first battle in top 16, Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship, round 1 of 4. Nick Novak through that start chicane, Alex Jaeger. Novak initiates high in that CoraWorks BMW. Jaeger, look at that, diving in. Definitely tight, but we need to see him mimic the height on there. Has all the proximity of the world. Good transition from him. Wow. Alex Jaeger, a large amount of confidence there in the chase position. Nick Novak, not shaken by the pressure, but man, you gotta love that. Definitely gaining some applause from the fans here at OSW, Ryan.
Yeah, and that was a really risky maneuver there by Jaeger because, look, he pretty much goes side by side here at the beginning, then he backs up and then tucks right in. So he gave room for Novak to initiate, but he paced him down that front straight. Now, I say kind of because great proximity, but didn't fully have the same mimicking angle. But the judges do love to see that aggression. When we get to the second half of the run, we come through the power alley here. Novak is going to start to lock in a little bit. You're going to see that Jaeger has a slightly less angle and is not really able to kind of keep that same dramatic tension that he had on the first half of the battle. But nonetheless, it was a very aggressive chase. This is the only real downside was the beginning there and a little bit less angle, but it certainly is going to be a lot of work for Novak to kind of at least mimic at the bare minimum what Jaeger did in his chase run here. Now we saw with Novak in his lead run, overall pretty solid. Looks like another good lead run in comparison to his qualifying run, so he did a great job there, and we have a good battle on our hands here in the top 16.
Yeah, really liked what Alex did there. You know, not scared, not gun shy at all, going against that #1 qualifier. So that you can err on a side of confidence that is compared to some of the other drivers, not taken away, but proof is in the pudding, and that pudding being qualifying Nick Novak, that #1 qualifier. So you have to think that he's going to throw down. You can really trust it. A little trust fall right there, like catch me, just kind of falling blindly into it, and Alex trusted him all the way. So here we go, Alex Jaeger out front and Nick Novak in that chase position. Alex throwing it down, not a huge degree of angle, but definitely high on the wall. Nice job from Alex. Now comes down about the third hash mark on that inside clip, and about the third hash mark on that second inside clip. Let's go, Alex, as Nick Novak looks like keeps a bit of a distance from him and that 370Z, Ryan.
Wow, well, so good run here by both competitors in the second half. Novak, knowing that he needs to keep the pressure on here, kind of dives in. Look, he's a little bit more consistent here. He's on pretty similar line to Jaeger. Jaeger makes a slight little adjustment in the lead position, but as he goes into inside clip 1, he goes a bit wide there. It looks like Novak became unsettled for a second, trying to figure out what he needs to do. But as he had this opportunity here to try to close the door in probably an easier part of the course, he kind of let Jaeger out a little bit further than he probably wanted to. So this is a really tough battle for the judges to call. Good back and forth battle here. Both drivers really pushing hard and giving their all in these top 16 battles. And we're seeing the first one here, so lots of evidence of drivers really coming prepared here for the first event of the year. And it's going to be a tough one for the judges right here in the top 16.
Yep, always an unenviable position for the judges on a tough one like this. Liked the aggressive driving of Alex Jaeger. All right, going to the judges as they are inputting. They're inputting their verdicts of Alex Jaeger and Nick Novak. And awaiting the judges' verdict. Slide them left for Novak, right for Jaeger, or keep in the middle for OMT. And there you have it. So one more time.
Kind of had
that
a
is across
feeling.
the board. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. And obviously, all the judges were in agreement. Brian?
Yes, we were. Yes, we were. We really looked at the way that Novak accelerated to the initiation point on his lead run. He wasn't fully committed. He was pretty slow. Got the car to angle and then got on throttle. And you could see Jaeger was waiting for him to initiate, you know. And I think we all felt. I definitely felt like that put Jaeger at a disadvantage in the chase position. He managed to get that proximity. Maybe his speed wasn't what he needed to be to have the right angle around that first outside zone, so we kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt in that situation due to Novak's slow approach to initiation.
Yeah, because with that car, you know, if it's got good side bite, you can see that Jaeger had that kind of, you know, lag. It was kind of, it reminded me of like Daigo Saito when he had the SC430. He was like, meow, meow,
yeah, and
meow,
it just
like,
looked
let's go.
Jaeger didn't have the opportunity to get to the right speed to get initiated properly, and we kind of put that on Novak.
Austin Mata versus Evan Bogovic. In our next battle of top 16, we'll revisit, as Ryan, you're talking about, there's our first one more time, you know, and we're already in the top 16. So a good progression of driving throughout the day here in PROSPEC.
Yeah, no question about it.
Austin will lead Evan giving chase. Austin through that start chicane. See how Evan handles this initiation. Mata high on the bank. Bogovic a little bit lower, but great angle there. Set himself up. How's he going to handle this? Oh, he slams down and comes to a halt. That is really going to hurt Bogovic, unfortunately for him, as Mata keeps on, keeping on, puts it in the crease. And Austin Mata, it don't matter for him what Evan does behind him. Just matters what he did up front.
Well, what a great job by Bogovic initially until the point where we saw that mistake. I mean, he uses this opportunity to kind of start scaling his approach and then really starts tucking up on the inside here. And we see out front, though, Mata is looking tremendous in his lead run, super high on the bank. And then there comes this pinch point where really Bogovic has nowhere to go, got a little bit too close, came unwound, and at this point it's going to be an incomplete for him in the chase position. So now he's got an uphill battle here. Mata can kind of play a little bit of a strategic role here because in the chase position, you can kind of back off and slowly reel in the driver, knowing that you've got that big advantage, and we'll see if that's the approach that Austin Mata takes.
All right, let's see how Bogovic goes out front with that clean air, that field suspension S15. So with that mistake there, Bogovic really needs to step up. Thank you so much to our fans. Again, tickets are sold out. If you're planning on coming down here, there might be limited amount, but it's first come, first serve, so you'd have to risk it. Don't get upset. Again, plan ahead, plan accordingly. If you're planning on joining us at Englishtown in just a few weeks, make sure you pre-purchase your tickets at the first ever U.S. purpose-built Drift Coliseum, Englishtown Raceway Park. That's June, is it 18, 19, I believe it is? Yes, that's right. So June 18, 19. But right now it's all about Orlando. Bogovic throwing it down, and there we go. That's what he needs to do. Austin keeping a safe distance, or is that too much? Ooh, Bogovic way off of that front inside clip, unfortunately. That could be a window of opportunity for Austin. And bring it across the finish line. Not a absolutely pressure, you know, wasn't a pressure cooker that Austin was putting on Bogovic. I think he kind of let him, you know, go ahead, go. You do what you got to do and see how it gets done.
Yeah, I think it's the appropriate approach here. Keeping him in fair distance here, but looking for opportunities where he can attack, make sure that he gets this win under his belt here. Bogovic goes wide at inside clip number 1. Mata kind of keeps him right there, not letting him get too far out ahead. He knows he's got a big advantage here, and really all he needs to do is get across the finish line right there, and it should be all she wrote. So great job right there by the veteran Mata. Looks like he's going to be moving on into the grade 8.
And here we go. Austin Mata moves on into the grade 8. Austin moves on. It don't matter, but it does matter because he moves on, and that's what matters. So, unfortunately, Evan Bogovic gets knocked out here in top 16, but a great effort. All right, throw it down to Lorette, who is with the Drift HQ S13 driver, Alex Schlegel.
Alex Schlegel told me that things are going well for him, but there is some drama and some repairs that you had to make. What's going on?
Yes, ma'am. So we were coming off the bank pretty hard, and it slaps the suspension very violently when we come onto the flat. And during the last run, my wheel was doing this thing. It turns out the traction rod bracket had actually broke, so we repaired it with a weld, so we're good to go now. But yeah, we didn't have time to do an alignment or anything, so we're just going to see how it does.
Alex, thanks so much.
My pleasure.
Jared.
Man, risk it for the biscuit. And it's funny because I made the comment yesterday in qualifying about dumps like a truck, because he just slammed that thing down, and eventually, you know, it's gonna cause some damage, and that's exactly what happened for Alex Schlegel. So not lining up, but he's got to bring it because he's going against Josh Love who finished really well last year. We saw him on the podium, and he is a fierce competitor, but Schlegel, obviously a talented driver. So Josh Love will lead. He's our number 4 qualifier. Alex Schlegel qualified 13th. Let's see what Love's got out front. Love's a big Grateful Dead fan, so I think he'd appreciate the noodling going on here of our event as Josh Love high on the bank, and Schlegel talked about that repair that he made, and that seems to be working out so far. Ooh, almost comes unbound just as I say that. And Josh Love ripping through right now and handles it across the finish line. Love and Schlegel. Oh, and exit stage left. Look out, runaway tire.
Whose is that?
And that would be, I believe that is that Schlegel's? Yeah, that is back left of Schlegel. So unfortunately for Schlegel, it's not the broken part that that ends his day. He can't finish. DNF.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk through this either way, just because it was a really fun battle to watch with Schlegel putting some pressure on the big bank, but Love getting more consistent as the event goes on. He made a little bit of a mistake there at inside clip 2, but look at the gap here that was able to be established. He's not running away. He's keeping everything together. And then let's see if we can see where Schlegel loses the tire. It looks like on the transition back around, it must have come off on the jump like we've seen a lot of the guys do, and then it kind of just carries around loosely until they turn it back around past the finish line. And so unfortunately, that is going to be a game ender there for Alex Schlegel. And Josh Love is going to be taking his final run here as he moves on into the grade 8.
Josh Love taking his little, not a side lap, but basically his finishing out this run, and will be completing this, and Josh Love will advance on into the grade 8. At After Hours Autosports BMW, campaigned to E36 last year, and here he is into a newer chassis, the E46. So here is Love. I'll lay out so you can listen to the purr. Get some love all up in your ears. There's Josh Love, Alex Schlegel. Alex still got a smile on his face. I can see it. He knows he's a competitor. And again, I'm looking forward to seeing him in New Jersey. But Josh Love feeling the love as he moves on into the grade 8. So Ryan, we still have the one more time. You feeling this beat right here? Does this get you hyped? Here you go, bro. Just take that. You're good. Yeah, feeling the flow, feeling the vibe. Okay, so we are going back to the one more time battle of Novak and Jaeger. And Novak in that BMW, Alex behind the wheel of the NOS Energy Drink Tire Stacks 370Z. Vehicle looks familiar, previously piloted by Chris Forsberg, and CFR sharing some of his knowledge, but very similar to that. You know, Ryan, we talked about, you know, it's more of a knowledge share, but you have to kind of operate you bring in your own team. I mean, it's kind of like even Ryan Turk, you know, and Papadakis. Papadakis has kind of the knowledge, they have the build, here's the car, but you bring in your own technicians and kind of mechanics to operate the vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it's more of a statement, but maybe you can add to that, maybe not. Sorry to just set you up into that. Just be like, yep, I agree. All right.
Sounds good.
All right, sounds good. Let's keep moving. Here we go back to the one more time battle of Novak and Jaeger. And Novak in that CoroWorks BMW. Alex piloting the Nissan 370Z. It was too close to call. And hopefully Novak's spotter, Greg, are you listening? He says, throw it in there and stay on it. Don't pedal it. Hammer down, Novak. That's exactly what he does. So looks like Alex tries to go for that other attack that he saw on the previous battle. And Alex gives himself enough room, but the bumper flies off. Wow, look at this. Alex still piling through. Look like a meteor shower. He's got bumpers. He's got clipping point. But wait, there's more. We got a CoroWorks BMW up in your grill. Well done. A good lead run by Novak, but I'll tell you what, Alex, to keep his composure with all that debris coming at his face.
Well, if nothing else, these guys are getting a lot of airtime here to kind of show us some of the top drifting in this series. And you're right, Novak this time absolutely nailed the lead run, but it's a lot of the same from Jaeger in the second run. Very aggressive, kind of loose style, giving himself a lot of different opportunities to attack, back off, sometimes lacking some angle a little bit. The second half of the run here, though, on this part of the bank, definitely an improvement from him. Super pressure-filled against Novak there. And as we take a look from the sky, you'll get a good understanding of, I think, just how good Novak's lead run was. Right up against the wall, super consistent. You can see Jaeger moving around and kind of having that reduction in angle. So once again, he had the aggression, but if he had a little bit more angle in the car, if he was a little bit more settled, it'd be so much more clear how good this chase run is. Now, right there, that's exactly what the judges want to see. So great job there. And again, another first half battle that is phenomenal as we switch things up here now with Jaeger going to the lead and Novak to chase him down.
Shout out to Brandon Epperson watching at home. No Brandon. So yeah, appreciate it. As again, got some clarification here. That is true. I know that that Alex built that vehicle in conjunction with MA Motorsports, who used to work actually with Chris Forsberg on a championship-winning team. But shout out to B-Dub and MA Motorsports developing that vehicle, but still utilizing some resources there. So here we go, back to the action. Alex leading Novak in the chase position. Alex initiates. Novak right there. Novak, more like sweatback. He is sweating Alex right now. Now let's see how he handles it. Down into, wow, that power rally. And Novak gets right to the door of Alex. Alex out to that second outside zone. Novak got close, backs off, but keeps it consistent through the second outside zone. Ryan, let's break this thing down. I mean, that was a sensational run by both of them.
Well, when we see these one more times, we're always looking for what each driver can do to kind of improve the next time around, to give them that point of differentiation that allows them to move on. And Novak this time really kind of stuck his nose in, kept pressure on, comes through the smoke line here, takes a bit of a risk in the point where he transitioned, but he kind of caught Jaeger at the right spot and didn't really allow Jaeger to walk away on the latter part or that section of the course like he did before. However, Jaeger did pull a little bit of a gap from about halfway through outside zone 2 to the end. So that's, you got to say something in Jaeger's favor. But now we go to the judges once again, sitting on one more time. What's going to happen here? Who's going to move on into the grade 8 to face Mata?
All right, and here are the scores. Slide them left for Novak, right for Alex. Which way are they going? Novak. And there it is. Nick Novak gets the victory. Ryan Lantain, going over to you. The progression of Novak into this one more time battle. Do you think his spotter listened? Do you think obviously Nick listened to what you requested?
That is possible, Jared. It looks like he did a much better job on his run-up to initiation, being committed, being on throttle. He really laid down a solid lead run. He was high on outside zone 1. Oh, we have a side-by-side. Yeah, he was high on outside zone 1, did a great transition in the infield. And on his chase run, he was right there with Jagger. Didn't let him get away until just the last maybe quarter of the track, but otherwise was mimicking him really well throughout the course. And I think he deserved this win wholeheartedly after learning, maybe listening to what we said after the first run and really fixing those issues.
You obviously, you guys dictate who moves on, and that's obviously courtesy of the driving. So real quick, let's throw down to Lorette Nickel. Lorette.
Blake Olson told me that during the transport of his car to Orlando, there was some damage sustained. So, Blake, what are you dealing with?
So basically, somehow during transport, one of the rear shocks broke and damaged the chassis. And we were able to get a replacement part really quick. I already had some spares, but unfortunately they weren't the proper fitment. So last minute had some parts shipped over from Fortune Auto. They saved my butt this whole weekend, and was able to squeeze in one practice lap and then right into qualifying, and was able to lay down a pretty good score. It's the car's feeling good. I'm feeling good. Cool, calm, collected. Just got to hit my marks, keep it smooth, and just not make mistakes.
Okay. Blake, best of luck, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Lorette. All right, already on the line, we are seeing Brudski. Brudski will be going against Josiah Falaise, and you can see two different facial hairs right now, but two definitely hungry drivers. All right, Brudski will lead, never settle, and he will not settle right now either. He's trying to throw it down. Let's see what Josiah has for the defending ProSpec champ of Dimitri Brudski. Josiah obviously going against Christian Nelson. Brudski going against Misko. That was a good battle, but Brudski just a little bit more dominant. Brudski, an air of confidence, appropriate confidence that is, as the never settle driver. Oh, but look at Josiah, said, all right, I see you, let's go. Let's have at it. I mean, if you're gonna go against anybody, you want to take down the defending champ. Brudski pulling away a little bit, but right on that line. Well done there by Brudski.
Yeah, Josiah Falaise not phased against the current champion. And if there's anybody to beat, that is the guy. But let's take a look at Brudski. Once again, coming out of the gate pretty strong here. Nice initiation up on the bank. Falaise very aggressive in the chase. A lot of grip in that car, allowing him to maintain that proximity. But a little bit of wavering. He was trying to get it as clean as possible. Now Brudski kicks it into high gear, hits that inside clip. Very smooth and silky transition to outside zone 2. Here he pulls a tiny gap relative to the big bank, but Falaise is not going away quietly and still keeps the pressure on there, but much better job on the big bank. And now he will have an opportunity to go to that chase position as Brudski, or excuse me, that lead position as Brudski will have to chase him down. And we know Brudski is a phenomenal chase driver. What's going to be the approach here against Josiah Falaise?
All right, Josiah out front. Brudski, I have a feeling he says, okay, you know, we've never driven against each other. Just saw you, chase me down, saw you in my rearview mirror. Now I have a feeling Brudski, he needs to have his presence be felt here. As Josiah, look at that. Really high on the bank. Brudski right there, shattering him as they come down to that flat portion past that inside clip. And Brudski looks like he has some power on deck. He's now just going to reel him in. That is a great execution there, showing him he has the power and he has the finesse. A great lead run by Josiah, but I got to say, the seniority of Brudski really showing here as Josiah comes to a halt.
Yeah, Brudski had one moment on the transition in the power alley where he made a slight little adjustment, but for the majority of this run, he's doing this right here. He's keeping a lot of pressure on the lead driver. He's trying to mimic or better that angle and also make sure that he knows where this driver is going to be on the course. As he comes through the smoke line here, he falls off for a second. He quickly realizes, uh-oh, I got to get going here once again. Gets right back on the line of Falaise and starts reeling him in slowly, but keeping the pressure on through the finish line. And so a very good move there by Brudski, kind of showing his experience here. From above, you get to an even better look of it, looking at the similarity between the two drivers, the angle and the line. That is a great job by Brudski, and no skin off Falaise's back here. A great job by him as well in the lead position, hitting that second inside clip, pushing out to the outside zone, and making it a great run for the judges to look at and give one of these two drivers a pathway right into the grade 8.
That Brudski on that second outside zone, that looked like a pro move. That was a solid pro move. You saw him kind of reeling it in. Here we are in Orlando, we're going fishing, baby. And he caught himself a Falaise and he filleted it up.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, that a lot of pro guys do that, especially like so close at the finish line.
You said
do-do.
They do that.
They do that, yeah. Dudu. That's my brother's nickname.
All right, so Brudski moves on, and yes, they do execute that many a time. So we are officially halfway through top 16. We have 4 drivers in the Grade 8. Novak will go against Austin Mata. Love versus Brudski, and now here we go for Blake Olsen, aka Blake Olsen. He will be going against Amanda Sorensen for his first battle of the weekend. Again, that Coro Works BMW 2nd overall qualifier going against Amanda Sorensen. Both these drivers from Las Vegas, both in BMWs with LSs. They have driven together at events before. And again, Blake Olsen, he just talked with Lorette, one practice run prior to qualifying, qualifies for new tires for him. Obviously, a lot of manufacturers, a lot of drivers switching tire manufacturers from the 2020 season into 2021, as GT Radial is the official spec tire of the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship. Blake Olsen will lead as he qualified 2nd. Amanda Sorensen, she said it earlier, I'm going to be the first female on the ProSpec podium. If that comes to fruition, we will see. Question is when. When? Yeah, when? Right. Is it here in Orlando? Blake's going to try to put a stop to that, and Blake Olsen initiates that Coro Works BMW on Fortunato suspension, and he is high on the bank. Well done by Blake Olsen. Comes down a great approach, and Amanda Sorensen goes off course. Oh, Blake Olsen, he has a bit of a mistake. Indy? What's that? Indy? Independent? No, I don't think, it was independent, but I don't think he made it. He overshot, basically. Watch his line. Yeah. Amanda had an independent, yes. Amanda had, you know, when he took that line off the bank into that front clip. Walk us through it here.
I'm not claiming that Blake has an incomplete, but a mistake that seemed independent, and obviously because he's in the lead. But
Amanda got smoke blind.
Let's focus on Amanda first, because it's pretty much, I think, definitive that it's going to be an incomplete because of that right there. Now, big angle here, he unwinds it, but he does keep angle in the car, so I don't think it's justified as an incomplete. So I think that Olsen has an advantage, and it's going to be a big advantage because of the difference between a big mistake and an incomplete, right? And that means that on this next run, we would need something of the inverse to happen in order to force a one more time. So it kind of sets the tone here for the second half of the battle. We'll see Sorensen now go to the lead. And what strategy will Olsen take in order to chase her down here is going to be really interesting to watch.
All right, so as we are seeing, Amanda Sorensen will be out front with the unfortunate incomplete run. Looked like she got smoke blinded. Bit of a whitewash coming off of that bank. And then going right into and off of the course. Here we go, Amanda Sorensen will lead that Driftline BMW. She's really gonna need to step up, and as you said, inverse. Ryan, Amanda starts out high, but then she brings it down low on the bank. Now Blake Olsen, he is bathing in that smoke. That could be interesting for him, but no, and Blake Olsen, he makes a mistake. That will be an incomplete for Blake Olsen. Lead versus lead, chase versus chase though, so you have to consider independent in the chase position, right? So here's what we're comparing, Ryan. So again, lead vehicles need to complete the run, correct?
And the lead vehicles did complete the run, right? So that's what we're going to be basically looking at, I'm sure, in a side-by-side is the comparison of the leads, because right here we see Olsen make a big enough mistake to where it looks like he incompletes, and he does. So now the judges, the only thing that they have to compare is the lead run of Sorensen and the lead run of Olsen. Now, in your mind, who had the better leads, right? That's the question that a fan should be asking themselves, whether you're watching on the live stream or watching here, is who had the better leads? That's all we need to focus on, because we've got essentially 2 incompletes, 2 zeros in the chase run. Now, on the left-hand side, we've got Olsen in the lead, and on the right-hand side, we've got Sorensen in the lead. So I definitely think that Olsen had a much better bank in his lead run, and it looks like he had some good consistency, but he did make that mistake at inside clip number 2. Sorensen made a mistake coming down off the big bank. So, you know, the judges definitely are going to have to kind of splitting hairs.
Yep.
And look at this and figure out who did better in their lead runs.
Yeah, and I talked about it early on, talking with Ryan Lantain on behalf of the judges, and he says that, you know, the sectors are broken up. There's, you know, 5 here, 5 there, 5. But I do believe that, again, you never have a second chance to make a first impression. So on that initiation, it'll throw you off. I think that Blake was higher, like you said. He had the mistake, kind of overcooked it. He's obviously having difficulty. That's where he made mistakes on both runs, both lead and chase, going through that power alley, and then obviously on his lead run as well. But let's go to the judges. Slide him left for Olsen, right for Sorensen. It looks like Brian Eggers says Blake Olsen, Ryan Lantain says Blake Olsen, and Chris Yule says one more time. But majority rules 2-1. Lantain, I have to assume lead versus lead. Obviously, Blake has a better run.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If you look at Amanda Sorensen's mistake, she made a big mistake. That was a lot of outside zone 1 that she was down below those white painted lines. So in terms of a chaseable lead run, if you look at that versus a reduction in angle in one specific area, the level of difficulty for what Blake did in his lead, high on outside zone 1, looked really great. He made one mistake at an inside clip, whereas she was off that wall by a very large amount for the majority of that outside zone. So that's where it comes down to.
Understandable. Unfortunately for Amanda, her weekend is done, but we will see her at Englishtown, and she had a great showing here. Let's go ahead and take a look. Here's our next battle. Corey Talaska, Ben Hobson. Both these gentlemen, Formula Drift, Link Engine Management, ProSpec rookies. Taking a stab at this. Camel Sport, Wisconsin versus Pell City, Alabama. BMW versus Nissan. All right, the E36 versus the S14. The E36 of Mr. Talaska, and the 240SX, the S14 of Ben Hobson. Talaska initiates. Hobson giving himself maybe too much room here. Hobson needs to gain some ground. We'd like to see that proximity. From the transition, Hobson, oh boy. And that will be, losing that front bumper, insult to injury. As that front bumper sliding and grinding. Let's make sure that he stops real quick, and we'll get that bumper off. Brian?
Well, let's take a look here. Talaska and Hobson. Right-hand side of the bracket here. As Talaska is in the lead position, Hobson trying to chase him down, almost blows it in the chase position, was able to hang on to it, but then you see Talaska, big angle there through inside clip 1, and Hobson going completely off course. So both drivers coming a little unwound here. And that is not a fun sight is either, nearly running over the bumper. So getting a little bit crazy here in run number 1. See how the judges treat that. Looks like all 4 completely off for Hobson.
That's gonna hurt Hobson, man. That's really gonna hurt him. He's definitely a promising driver. Have seen him have great success. Just looking, if you look at his social media, you can see he's been on the box, but now he's minus that bumper, and he's sitting on a major mistake. But that's I'll just say it. That's the sign of a rookie, man. You see those the chase. That is when you see a great chase job. That shows some seniority. That shows seat time. That shows going head to head, especially on a course like this. A lot of nerves. This might be the most people watching them, not only here in the building but also online. For Hobson, looks like he's put together, and then that of Talaska almost have an issue. All right, you know, I'm gonna make a quick reference here. I know he's boys with Alec Honadell, but I think Alec and him share a major trait. They both lose their bumpers. I don't know if you remember Alec Honadell. I think he had pop-off and release bumpers, and it looks like Hobson's got that attribute as well.
So Hobson gets out to a pretty good jump here and looking strong here on the second half of the run, trying to make up some ground here. Talaska is able to kind of close the door once we get to the end of outside zone 1. He falls back again. He makes a pretty sizable mistake there, looks like the front wheels almost came to 0 angle for a second. I don't know that it's going to be an incomplete. And if it's not, then it would be a win for Talaska just based on the incomplete from Hobson. But nonetheless, a couple mistakes out there from each of these drivers here. And whoever wins this battle will be facing Blake Olson.
Yep.
So it's going to be a tough battle either way, whether it's Talaska or Hobson here.
Yeah, just with the major incomplete, or I mean, there's no degrees, like sin is sin, right? So with Hobson going off course, you know, compared to, you know, some mistakes of Talaska, is that was that an incomplete? I believe the judges are requesting some instant replays here. Let's take a look. I think it's more of, you know, I think Hobson does a good job out front, but it's more focusing on Talaska. Does he make major mistakes that rival that of the major incomplete of Hobson? I mean, there's massive angle. Looks like he comes out of it, but it's similar to that of Blake Olson, where, you know, has some corrections, definitely lost some angle, but didn't go completely back to center axis.
Yeah, I think that's the whole reason why they're requesting another replay, is to basically either verify that or say, no, it definitely is an incomplete. I didn't think that it was, so I think that's kind of what they're looking at here. And obviously, there's no, as you said, there's no other way to go once that's been verified.
So that's a yeah or nah? Yeah, nah. Here we go. Slide up left for Corey Talaska, right for Ben Hobson, and it looks like Corey Talaska gets the victory. He'll be going against another BMW. That is Blake Olson. So Talaska and Hobson pull off. Talaska will be seen battle. Hobson knocked out. All right, so let's throw it down to Lorette Nickel. Lorette Nickel. Hey, Lorette, what's the vibe down there? What's going on? What's again, we got some great weather. Maybe just give a sense of some of these PROSPEC drivers. Lorette, down to you.
Lemero Ule is in his dream. He's been waiting for this moment, and can you explain to us what this means to you?
This means a lot for me and my team. We worked so hard to be here today, and I just want to thank them and all my team and my parents to be here. So we just try to have fun, enjoy it, and make Canada and Quebec proud of us.
Tommy, best of luck, guys.
All right, thank you so much. Higher tiered vibes there. Higher tiered vibes from TLO. Give a shout out. Proud to be here, and his rents are in the room.
Yeah, it's kind of cool seeing drivers get excited, and we all know that there's huge backstories here for each of the teams and drivers coming into this. I mean, everything that they have to go through sometimes is documented really clearly on social, and sometimes they're like, I just got to put my nose to the grindstone and do this. And so, you know, all facets of life, and we'll get to see this next battle underway. But that's one of the cool things I really love about the sport, is just how much it really actually takes for a lot of these teams to get here and perform and do everything that it takes to be a professional driver.
Yeah, everybody's got a story. Some want to share it, some will never share it, and some will share it later. But I think that's the gift and the curse of social media, right? I think you utilize it as you see fit. Here we go, TLO flying the Canadian flag, and that of Stuckey. Stoking it out. Daniel chasing him down. Look at that, just exceeding the nose of the S14. The M-Spec S15 takes a shallower line there, but approaches that second inside clip as TLO uses all of the course. Daniel going for more of a beeline towards that second inside clip. Take a look at this again. That just, it was kind of little this, little bit of that.
Yeah, this young Canadian driver definitely has some game here, and Stuckey, you know, for his part, made some pretty decent improvements from last battle to this one. He got a bit of a mistake there on initiation where he kind of straightened out for a second and had to get back on it. He is keeping the pressure on here, but TLO, as you said, looking really strong in the lead position. Right there, he had a little bit of a flub as he tried to get back on throttle right near inside clip number 2. But as he got into outside zone 2, he kind of locks in here. And the only issue is Stuckey was able to kind of close the door and really keep pressure on him through that final turn there. I just wonder how much the judges are going to ding this part right here. Watch, you see he kind of initiates and then he reduces the angle pretty dramatically there before he starts attacking. And when he is attacking, he's doing it on a lower line. So you know, seeing those mistakes plus that, and that was the one mistake in the lead position from TLO that was noticeable. But outside of that, it was a pretty, you know, pretty top-notch lead run.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was definitely exciting. He is showing just, you know, almost living out his expressions as he just had those words with the Rat Nickel, just his excitement, eagerness. And Stuckey is a veteran of PROSPEC competition, so it's great to see the M-Spec S15 back out here. And here we go. And rip it around. There it is. So Daniel Stuckey, and there's TLO. Look at that. Stuckey high on the bank, but cannot shake Tommy. Tommy is right there. Look at that transition. Beautiful transition. One of the best we've seen so far. The power alley from TLO. Daniel Stuckey, he is putting the car in the right place. And just as I say that, he does go outside of that line. But, man, Tommy, one of the smoothest transitions. You know, he was on the left side of Daniel Stuckey. When they transitioned, bang, he was right there.
Yeah, Tommy is showing himself to be a pretty solid driver here and really making improvements run by run, showing us some high-level skill. Stuckey this time around nice and high on the bank, but you could see that TLO is actually really not phased and was able to make the adjustments needed to kind of keep that proximity through a majority of the course. The distance that he kept was pretty much relatively the same, and at some points, even on the big bank, he was kind of really closing the door to the point of maybe being, you know, maybe 8 to 12 inches away from the door on transition or prior to transition. So great job by Tommy, and some good improvements there by Stuckey, but will it be enough to kind of force maybe a consideration for one more time? That I don't know. I think TLO did enough here in these runs.
All right, so Tommy, and the scores are in TLO. Tommy Lemaire, Oulé versus Daniel Stuckey, and TLO. He gets the win. Tommy gets the win, feeling the stoke and continuing the stoke, as unfortunately the Stuckey comes to a halt. Daniel Stuckey and that M-Spec vehicle. We'll watch from the sidelines, but we'll see him at Englishtown. One more battle left in the top 16. Just like that. Still got another top 32 of pro competition left. All thriller, no filler. That's what we talked about. As one more battle, top 16. Rich Whiteman versus Kelsey Rawlings. Coatesville, excuse me, Pennsylvania, Orlando, Florida. And Rich Whiteman talking about it. He says, man, carbon fiber trophy coming for you. Making big claims, Ryan, at JZX 100, saying, you know, not getting a lot of seat time, but feeling like it works out for him. Kelsey Rawlings, we've seen this Ford-powered S14 a couple times. Would love to see her rise to the occasion, step up. This gentleman and woman have never gone against each other before. Let's see how Rich throws down out front. Right now seems to be on par. And now into that first, oh, and Kelsey Rawlings overshoots, goes off course. Rich goes for that. So now Rich does need to complete this run in its entirety. And he does that. So there is a full pull for Rich Whiteman, a massive advantage here for Whiteman. And Kelsey, don't know what happened there. That was definitely independent in that chase position.
Well, we've seen a couple of these, so we kind of know what's going to happen here. And it usually doesn't go the other way, but we have seen crazier things. Let's take a look at what happens with Kelsey here. It looks like the front end just kind of gives out, slips out in front of her. She's not able to kind of hold it through that turn. And then at that point, we turn our attention to Rich Whiteman, who's able to finish the run without any kind of problem at all. So he'll be sitting on a pretty sizable advantage going into the second half of this run, where now he will chase down Kelsey Rawlings, who's now gone to the line. So doesn't look like she needs to or wants to call a competition timeout, as we take one more look there at what happened with Kelsey after she went off course. She'll head back up, try to do battle here in the second run against Rich Whiteman.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe just a lapse in driving, or just a synapse lapse. You can see right there as Rich continued on through. So one more battle in 16. Whiteman and Kelsey Rawlings. So Rawlings out front, and Rich Whiteman chasing him down. Final battle of top 16. Who's going to the 8? Right now, Whiteman's got to be feeling pretty confident. Oh, and just as I say that, he throws some angle at him. Where are you at, Rich? And he gave himself a lot of distance here. But remember, Kelsey went absolutely off course. So I don't think that's an inactive chase. I think that's just a mistake, but he did not go absolutely off course, Ryan.
No, but he's not making things easy for himself because, you know, we have seen drivers go down below that center line and not get incompletes per se, but that was pretty far down there. So I'm not sure what happened to Rich, just a little bit of a lapse here, but when he initiates, you could see the front end, he makes some adjustments there, and then he really goes down below that center line for quite a while. So I don't know what the exact judgment on that's going to be. It's certainly not an incomplete in terms of going you know, spinning out or 4 tires off or something like that, at least not to my mind. But, you know, the judges need to identify what they want to say off course actually is in that area if it were to be a one more time. For Kelsey's part, let's take a look at her lead run. She does a much better job this time around. You can see a little bit of wavering in the front wheels there. She comes down, she's able to hit that inside clip pretty well. Good transition back around to inside clip number 2. So it's unfortunate that she had that mistake in the chase because she is able to bring together on the second run a much better lead run.
Scores are in. Slide them left for Rich Whiteman or right for Kelsey Rawlings. And Rich Whiteman gets the win. Whiteman will move on into the Great 8. So Rich Whiteman will move on, and our Great 8 is established in our Link Engine Management Pro Spec round 1. There's the bracket. You see Novak versus Austin Mata. You see Josh Love versus Dimitri Brutsky, the defending champ. Blake Olson has only had just a little bit of time, but he better figure it out because he's going against Corey Talaska, a rookie here. Shaking things up, another rookie. TLO, another rookie. That is Rich Whiteman. So let's have some fun here as the action continues. Don't go anywhere. We are just minutes away from continuing on the party that is round 1 of the Link Engine Management Pro Spec Championship.
I'm Dylan Hughes, Formula Drift Pro driver, and today we're going to talk about Royal Purple HPS and what actually goes into it. There's a lot of talk about additives, and Royal Purple has its proprietary Centerlick technology. It is fortified with a high level of zinc phosphorus anti-wear additive for exceptional protection against heat and wear. Its high film strength improves sealing between the piston ring and cylinder wall for maximum horsepower and torque. Royal Purple HPS, race car technology for the street.
Well, hello, Drift fans, and welcome to beautiful Garden State, New Jersey. Some drivers love it, some drivers absolutely despise it. You're going to see carnage, you're going to see mayhem, but you're also going to see some dynamic and awesome driving. Also just nicking that course marker, Jeff Jones, swinging for the fences. I'm on a new level. They're riding the line. Woo! Oh, Jackson, look at this!
There are really no weak battles anymore, even in the top 32.
Well, for the first time ever, Formula Drift will be heading to a new venue in the Northeast in New Jersey. And it is Englishtown Raceway, the Drift Stadium, as it is now being called, purpose-built Drift Stadium, 30,000 seats. First time ever that this is going to be happening. We had plans to go there in 2020, but COVID got in the way, and now we're back for the first time ever. Super excited to get out there in less than a month as we make our way on one of our final swings on the East Coast before heading to another brand new venue at Erie, Pennsylvania. So lots of exciting news as we get things underway here. Capacity crowd here at Orlando. And we are just about to get into the Great 8. But before we do that, let's go down to Lorette Nickel. What you got, Lorette?
Really happy in his brand new built E46. He told me it's dialed and already exceeding expectations. He is more comfortable in this car than he was all last year in his 2020 E36. Guys.
All right, so some pit reporting there from Lorette Nickel. Great to get some insights from these PROSPEC guys, a completely new perspective. We're so used, Jared, to seeing the pro guys talking to Lorette, seeing the competition timeouts. It's great to get some new perspectives here from these guys that have transitioned from the Pro 2 Series, now renamed the PROSPEC Series. A 3-year build out here as we take a look at our first battle between Nick Novak and Austin Mata. Novak, your #1 qualifier, looking like the guy to beat. Made some good adjustments in his one more time against Alex Yeager, and now has got to do battle here against Austin Mata, our first battle of the Grade 8.
That's right, and Ryan, all great points in regards to perspective, alignment, just getting familiar. But these are two drivers we have seen compete, as you said, renamed the PROSPEC. Previously the Pro 2. We have seen the gentlemen pilot their vehicles in Pro 2. So repeat customers, and I believe they've gone against each other, if I can recall. I'm trying to recount, but two very talented drivers in Mata and Novak. All right, Novak will lead, of course. He's our #1 qualifier. All right. Novak throws it in. We need Austin Mata to catch up. Novak high on the bank. Woo, he's absolutely smoking him out. Now drops down into that first inside clip. Oh, shreds that front bumper, excuse me. Losing those body parts once again in Austin's face. Novak gets all the way out to that second outside zone. And that's why Novak stand and deliver.
So Novak continues his nice run here in the first round of the Link Engine Management PROSPEC Championship by starting off once again high on the bank, very Osbo-esque, and getting a compliment from the champion himself about that qualifying run. Loses the bumper, hits Mata in the chase position, and Mata not playing much of a role here in this chase, surprisingly, from what we know about his driving ability. But it looks like Nick Novak is just that much on point here this weekend, looking strong overall in the lead. We'll switch things up here. You could see just how important, even with the chicane slowing drivers down, he is able to get a great jump there and still maintain a quality line up on the big bank A great transition there, very smooth, hitting that second inside clip, and the transition to outside zone 2 was nearly perfect there. So a great lead run overall by Nick Novak.
Here we go. Let's alternate the order here. Austin Mata. It don't matter, but it does matter right now. Austin out front. And Nick Novak keeping a consistent distance between them, but we need him to step up right now. Really show some dominance, and there it is. Takes out that second inside flip. Austin looking great out front. Is that enough? A great job by Austin out front. But I think just the proximity, the pressure, we saw, you know, what Austin did in that chase position compared to Novak, a #1 qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the starching chase run that you would want to see or that you expect to see from Novak, but Mata here just doesn't have the lead run comparison that Novak had, and Novak did enough in his chase, in my opinion, to move forward in this battle pretty easily here. This would be a Final Four berth for him if that is the case, if the reading is right. And a great start to the season for Austin Mata as well, getting that great 8 finish. But it's not my choice, it's the judges, so let's go to the scorecards and see how they voted.
All right, Novak and Mata, and Nick Novak gets the win. He's going on to the Final Four. Let's throw it down to Lorette Nickel as Nick Novak gets the win. Lorette.
Another rookie debut, Corey Talaska. Man, this is such a great moment for you. And your car looks so settled in that transition. What do you attribute that to?
I just really got to thank Yellow Speed Transmission for just setting us up with 3-ways that when I hit the transition and the bump in the middle of the track, the car just sits down and really just rocks through the whole run.
All right, guys, he's 25 years old, making his PROSPEC debut. A lot of poise in this driver. Guys?
Right on. Thank you so much. Good luck to you. Corey Talaska talking about that yellow speed suspension. As again, if you're looking for some parts, essential parts are oil. Yeah, that's right. It is an essential part of the program. So buy any 5 quarts of Royal Purple High Performance Motor Oil, and you'll receive a free box of Royal Purple Nitrile Work Gloves. So again, go to O'Reilly Auto Parts because you can pick up the official engine oil of Formula Drift, Royal Purple. Buy any 5 quarts of Royal Purple High Performance Motor Oil and receive a box of Royal Purple Nitrile Work Gloves for free. That's a $20 value, so act now. Ooh, man, this is going to be a good one. Josh Love and Brudski, both contenders for the championship last year. We saw them on the podium last year. How are they going to show up now going against each other? Josh Love from Denver, Dmitry Brudski from Belarus. And here we are, that TireStacks.com Great 8, the official tire service provider of the PROSPEC Championship. TireStacks.com. Josh Love will run first, or he will lead first, excuse me, as he qualified fourth. Brudski in that chase position. All BMW battle. Love. You can see him utilize that left foot brake. Both these guys utilizing that, but it's all about, again, talking with Lantain yesterday, talking about the attitude of the vehicle. Does it change the attitude of it? Does it absolutely transform? No, both of them keeping good composure all the way through that first run. Well done from Brudski, and of course, Love out front. Ryan, let's take a look at it again. Walk us through it.
Well, both of these guys really putting down a great show for us up here. You can see Brudski was trying to time that initiation, made a little bit of a flub there, and then gets on it, and Love out front, locking up that front wheel, trying to control the car where he wants to take it on the course. Brudski angles up and loses a little ground to Love here. Now trying to play catch up, but Love gets this second outside zone, tries to push wide right into the crease, does it right about there to finish up strong. So a good little back and forth battle here between Brudski and Love in the Great 8.
Hey, if you didn't know already, but OSW, this venue has multiple drift events here, so check out OS Drift. OS Drift, that's of course Orlando Speed World Drift on IG and Facebook. and of course Black Friday Drift 3-day bash in November. So check out OSW Drift on IG, Facebook, and coming in November, the Black Friday 3-day bash in November. It's always a party there, so let's see y'all out here. Support the local OSW Drift scene. Dmitry Brutsky, Josh Love, the second half of this battle. Let's see who's gonna throw it down. Brutsky talking about never settle. I feel like that's his title sponsor, that's his title motto. And here we go. Brutsky initiates, Josh Love right there. A little bit closer proximity from Love to Brutsky. Now let's see if he doesn't go, oh, quick little correction there, going from that bank into the flat bottom jeans, the ones with the fur, talking about the smoke. And Brutsky bringing it all the way around. Pretty good battle between these two BMWs, these two ProSpec contenders for the 2021 championship. These guys are two gentlemen to watch here this season.
Yeah, second half of this battle looking as good as the first. And we see here that Brutsky had a little bit of a higher line there, but Love is not going to go quietly into the night. He makes his transition into inside clip number 2. And he gets a bit too close there. So Brutsky was able to push out wide, moving directly along that line on the outside zone number 2 to finish up strong. So is that enough for the champion to keep moving forward? It looks like we are going to get the side-by-side to do a little bit of a deeper analysis here. But a good little heads-up battle between Love and Brutsky.
The BC Racing side-by-side graphic, the official suspension of Formula Drift, go for gold. BC Racing custom coilovers, the suspension choice of many Formula Drift drivers. So there it is, you see Brutsky out front on the right, and then you see Love out front on the left. Good proximity, you see them snapping back past that second clip. Love goes about front right, takes out that second clip. Brutsky a little bit deeper on that second outside zone. It's a tough one. This is a really, really tough one. And usually when it gets, again, we talk about splitting hairs, but I don't think there was a major impact here. But let's see, a look at this. So Brian Egger says Dmitry Brutsky, as is Ryan Lontaine. So looks like Dmitry Brutsky gets the win and advances on. Ryan, what was, again, this is unanimous. I know you're conversing with the judges. What were some standout points that because, I mean, I think Love had some pretty good runs, but just Brutsky was just elevated.
Yeah, Brutsky, I think, was cleaner overall lead-in chase. It looked like Love was maybe trying to not get away, but just drive faster than he's been used to driving. It looked like he had more grip in his car, and it was a little bit sloppy in the lead position. He was making some mistakes, some bobbles, and Brutsky just had a cleaner lead, higher lead on outside zone 1, and a cleaner chase as well.
Awesome, thank you so much. Here we go, our next drivers are ready to go on the other side of this grade 8 bracket. We got Blake Olson, and keep in mind, like you said, he's got the replacement Fortune Auto coilover, but you know, they develop their suspension over time, and this is just kind of an off-the-shelf, kind of a standard coilover as compared to an absolute race, you know, coilover suspension. So so Blake Olson going against a rookie that is Corey Talaska. Corey Talaska in the white BMW compared to Blake Olson in brand new E92 BMW of the CoroWorks sponsored ride. Here we go. Blake Olson out front, Corey Talaska in the chase position. Blake Olson initiates high on the bank, and look at that. Oh, and Corey having some struggles here. And Corey almost reinitiates and goes for that wall. Oh, and there it is. So that's what we talked about. So Ryan, I was talking to Greg Bussell, who works with CoroWorks, and he was talking about, you know, that coilover right there, that is just kind of a off-the-shelf street coilover compared to a full race coilover. You can see every time, that's where he made his two mistakes, same spot, yeah. that disruption, that jump.
Well, and this is a very similar situation to the battle with Sorensen. He gets a situation here where the chase driver independently incompletes. And you see that as he has to continue and finish this run, he's going to come through this center section, transition over the jump, and then again kind of come unstuck for a second. Looks like he kind of pulls it off there, and we'll probably want to take a look at the drone. So I don't think it's going to be an incomplete for Olsen, just at least at first pass, but nonetheless, still seem to be struggling in that area, in a very similar situation to the last battle that he just had.
Yeah, most definitely. Making claims there, Ryan, at first glance. So Blake Olsen, Corey Talaska will be out front now, but Corey having that major mistake. Blake really needs to handle, look, Blake is going to be going against either Rich Whiteman or TLO if he advances on. So if he does advance on, he really needs to figure out, and he only has a short, limited amount of time in order to do that. I really don't think there's anything that he could do other than, it seemed that he kind of, the further you go left, as Lantain was saying, the further you go left, the better you are, as opposed to getting and hitting that jump. What do you got? All right, so here we go as Corey Talaska. Nice job by Corey Talaska. And now bringing it on in. Now Corey, oh man.
Much better that
So
time.
yeah, much better there for Corey Talaska on that lead run. And Blake Olsen just put a little pepper at the end of it. Just a little pepper,
Olsen managed to
job.
get through that section of the course much cleaner this time around. And as I said, I do not think that it was anywhere close to an incomplete for Olsen. And unless the judges vehemently disagree, this should be an easy win here for Olsen. This time around, though, Talaska does give us a bit more of a show in the lead position here. Mid-high line on the bank. Gets through that drop off there. Good transition back around. And look at this time the approach by Olsen. This time he locks in on the angle, gets that inside clip. And Talaska finishing up his lead run here with a little bit of a gap established. And you have to imagine that Olsen is getting a lot of feedback from his spotter, letting him know what situation he's in, how to play this as the chase driver. And I think overall he was pretty prudent in his approach. Conservative. What's that?
No.
Ryan, I have some info for you.
Okay, go ahead.
So what we saw on run one between these two drivers is clearly Corey incompleted in the chase.
Yeah.
We also incompleted Blake in the lead for straightening and driving considerable amount of time in a straight line.
All right,
by
see,
inside
I was
clip
wrong.
number 2.
So I wonder, can we see that again? Because from the replay I was looking at, I didn't catch it like that.
Yeah, the only way we really caught it was from the drone. We were watching from the ground and it looked pretty bad, but then the drone is what truly sealed it for us. And I think that's going to really affect how the battle goes forward now. The results are going to come forward. Might be a little bit surprising for you, based on what you were saying just a brief moment ago.
Well, why don't you walk us through this? This is the first run. So this is the one I was saying that at least at first pass it didn't seem like an incomplete, but show me where I'm wrong, and I'm sure that I'll probably agree with you once you've shown me.
Right, the chase position, it's very obvious that Corey did incomplete right there, and that is totally on him. That was his own mistake. But right here, as Blake transitions, you're going to see the car get a little bit of air, and then right here he straightens. There's no smoke. He just kind of drives, and then he reinitiates. So in that situation, it's a lot worse from the drone, and it's very straight in that area. He had to actually turn in. You can see his front wheels turn in again. But that view does not give us the best feeling of what occurred. Anyway, just digest that as we go to this right here.
So what you're telling me is...
One more time. We're going at it, uno mas. So that's a one more time. Unfortunately for Blake, he did put it together, but unfortunately for Corey Talaska, or fortunately, I think that Corey had a saving grace there.
Yeah,
in that issue, and I feel like people on the internet are correcting me that Fortunato, just telling they overnighted a Fortunato coilover, and they are hand built, but not to the specs that he needed. So that's the problem, is he's running not exactly what on all the other corners, and now they just sent him, they overnighted him a replacement shock.
Well, that was nice of them.
That is very nice of them. All right, so TLO versus Rich Whiteman. So TLO versus Rich Whiteman on the what was to be the final battle of the Great 8, but we have the one more time between Olsen and Talaska. Ryan Davis and Kuzi, how we doing? The race service homies there in LA watching. Let us know, hashtag FDORL. Shout out Hibbett family, Mike Hibbett, Richie Hibbett, and the Hibbett fam. Watching back in Riverside, California. All right, so here's TLO from Canada, Rich Whiteman from the East Coast. Let's see what we got here. TLO, he put down a gangster run on that last battle. Let's see if he can do it again. He's got to go through Rich Whiteman, who's feeling the flow, like naughty by nature, not because I hate you, on and past that first front clip. Through the power alley, TLO, you can see him digging deep. Look at that angle from TLO, nice job. And Rich Whiteman, you can see him like kind of just grasping at straws there, like, or not straws, but smoke, and trying to get to the side of TLO on the S chassis.
Yeah, this young Canadian driver continuing to impress here. Gets a great jump out of the gate, but Whiteman did not really let him get away. It didn't really matter too much on the big bank because both drivers doing a great job here, kind of mimicking the line from Whiteman. And then TLO looking strong on his lead run. Great transition across the center. This is where we start to see a little bit of separation and points of differentiation between Whiteman and TLO, and something that we can compare on run number 2. You can see TLO is kind of locked in with a lot of angle there, slight separation, and a little bit of a overall better line than Whiteman in the chase position. But Whiteman doing a great job right here in the chase, keeping that pressure on, trying to follow him without getting lost in this smoke line. But that transition coming across is so hard to maximize the distance that you want to have. He's still able to do it pretty well, but he wasn't able to get much more than that through the finish line. So run number 1 is done. We switch things up and go to run number 2 with Rich Whiteman leading and TLO chasing him down.
If TLO drove as impressive as he did in that last battle, TLO went against Stuckey. I think Rich really has a battle cut out for him.
I'm standing in agreement with you.
I appreciate your in agreements with me. We're over here in the agreement room. So Whiteman will lead. TLO will give chase. Looks like Matt Sopa, our starter, Sopa on Aropa. No matter what, you're guaranteed a clean start. Unless you hit a cone or you jump away. And you're not always guaranteed that, essentially. All right, here we go. Rich Whiteman, oh, look at this. And just as I talk about it, a little announcer's curse, TLO needs to step up as Whiteman throws it down, up high on the bank. Now past that first inside clip, there's TLO. That's what we were looking for. Oh, Houston, we have a problem. Contact between the two vehicles. And Whiteman sets it and forgets it. And TLO goes for it, but Rich stayed in it. So let's take a look at it again here, Ryan. We saw the contact. What do we got?
Well, we'll give you 2 looks at the contact here, but for some reason, Tommy did not get the greatest jump out of the gate, and I'm not sure what happened there. We've seen him really be poised leaving the start line after the light extinguishes, and it looks like maybe he got a little bit worried about playing catch-up here. Surges forward. You can see right there, Whiteman's off throttle right before inside clip number 1, and I'm not 100% if that actually is a momentum zone area from recollection, but that is where the judges are going to have to make a judgment here, and we'll get some clarity on that. But certainly he was off throttle there, trying to get back on near inside clip number 2. And Tommy really didn't have anywhere to go. So it's the question that the judges will be considering is, was that an area where Whiteman needed to be on throttle, preparing for inside clip number 1? Was Tommy in the right there because he's trying to stay close to him and he's expecting a certain type of behavior from Whiteman in the lead position? So here it is from the drone, Jared. We'll get a look from the overhead. And like I said, really surprised that Tommy did not get out of the gate in the way that we've seen him in the past there. He's kind of left playing catch-up, which makes you wonder, if that contact was as a result of it or whether or not Whiteman should have been back on throttle there. So some open-ended questions here for the judges to inform us on, but the battle is done. Somebody's going to be moving on to the Final Four.
Or one more time.
Somebody eventually will be moving on to the Final Four.
Wow, you're making claims, dude.
Yeah, I got to claim all the time.
Look into your, I was going to say your crystal ball, but that's a little fuzzy crystal ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get fuzzed out.
Yeah. Is that sun protection? You're letting your hair grow out?
Nah, I let it go a couple days and say, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, no, your hair's like, hey, staying out of the cold, staying in your lower, your upper epidermis. All right, as we are waiting to see another replay. Oh no, here we go. So we're going for it. Slide him left for TLO, white for Rich Whiteman, and there it is. Rich Whiteman gets the victory. So Rich Whiteman stays in it. Ryan, I'd love for you to put on your headset so we can converse about the outcome here. And if you could, as Ryan Sage just said, tell us what's up, dog.
We watched the replay again, and we requested a replay from the very start so we could see if there indeed was some kind of slow roll up to initiation from Rich, but it looks like there wasn't. He came out of the chicane and got on throttle as he should have. You can see it right here. So there wasn't really anything wrong there. It just looks like Tommy misjudged how he should get on throttle. He initiated very late in the chase position. It was somewhere between the beginning of the zone and the beginning of the banners on the wall. So you can watch here how late that Tommy actually initiates. He should be initiating by the third white and yellow, or sorry, white and red, and he does it beyond the white, or sorry, the red and yellow. So he was in the zone already by the time he initiated, and it just looks like he misjudged his approach, and then he made contact with him here, which really didn't affect anything other than himself in that situation. It maybe even helped Rich a little bit, get a little more angle in his car there at inside clip 2. But Rich did a good job in the lead and the chase position, and I think he deserved this win fully. And we just had to re-watch the start to make sure that there wasn't something weird that happened there, and there wasn't.
Yeah, he didn't ice him. Rich did not ice him. TLO was in the zone, but he was not in the zone, if you know what I mean. He was physically in the zone, mentally not in the zone.
Not in the zone,
Hit the snooze button and just fell asleep and missed his flight.
Yeah, it looked like he jumped the start a little bit, maybe tried to keep his proximity, and then he kind of fell off a little bit and then tried to catch back up, and it didn't really work, unfortunately, with that late initiation.
And I know you're pulling for him because he's fellow Canadian.
Don't say that.
I'm joking, and the internet goes ablaze.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. All right, just proving all the trolls right. Am I right?
Go back to Canada, filthy Canadians. That's what everybody's going to say.
All right, so all right, then this is where we shape things up. We got one more battle in the Great 8, and that is Blake Olson and Corey Talaska. So Novak versus Brutski, #1 qualifier versus defending champion Rich Whiteman. His FD PROSPEC, he made claims earlier. He says, I'm putting on the box. He's one step closer to getting one of those carbon fiber trophies. All right, so again, we have you downloaded it yet? Torque Drift, go ahead, do that. Torque Drift, if you haven't downloaded it yet, download it because it's available for iOS, Android, and PC, available now. Up next, you can download Orlando. Get scorched in Torque Drift now. Download it on the App Store, Google Play, and on Steam. So many different ways, many different vehicles. You can see Adam LZ and this LZ S15 and Dylan Hughes and his royal purple vehicle. All right. And here we are. So Corey Talaska, I would say he got a little bit of a gift there because he had that major mistake. And but, you know, again, I always say sin is sin. Making claims as we are, again, Blake Olson really needs to figure out. Now it's shining just like, just an ugly thing. You know, you can see how volatile, it's glaring and blaring on his suspension, on how just that one corner is really affecting him on that jump.
I think a lot of it is about the positioning that you come across that area. A little bit more on the inside, I feel like you're a little bit more safe, or he's a little bit more safe, just because last time he was able to navigate it pretty well. Unfortunately, it caught him in the first run, and the judges called it out that it was too long of a straightening, so we have the one more time happening here. Can he make those adjustments, you know, or is this an opportunity here for the newcomer in Talaska to basically make a Final Four berth?
Oh, baby, here we go. Corey Talaska, Blake Olson with that CoreWorks BMW. Look at Talaska showing up, but look at Blake Olson, Balake, put it down, that CoreWorks BMW. Let's see how he handles this. Oh, Corey Talaska, oh, look at that. He figured it out, and then Corey, unfortunately, looks like he goes to the wrong side. He gets blinded by the smoke, but not by the light, as they finish out and across the finish line.
We know that Talaska definitely at least center punched inside clip #1. Yep. He may have gone multiple wheels off or on the other side of the inside clip. I was looking, actually, I did what you did. I looked down at the course for a second. But let's take a look at this. Watch Talaska in the chase position here, where he ends up on this inside clip. We may not be able to see it from here, but it does look like he gets on the other side of
just
inside
like his
clip one.
His left front. It wasn't too violent.
We'll get it from the drone. We'll verify, because if it's an incomplete, we definitely want to know that. If it's not, we also want to know that as well. We want to know the truth.
Tell me the truth.
So here we go. So once again, Olsen, though, is looking really strong in his lead runs. He gets a great start, nice initiation. He's really high on the bank. Talaska keeping the pressure on this time. And yeah, see, Talaska goes on the inside of inside clip number one. Now he hit it with the the left-hand side of his vehicle right around the door line. So I don't think it's going to be an incomplete, but it's going to be a big, big mistake there. So obviously you shouldn't be on that side of the inside clip. So let's do it over. Let's switch it up. Here we go. Talaska in the lead, Olsen chasing him down.
One more driver to join the Final Four here. Who's it going to be? Talaska or Olsen? The winner going against Rich Whiteman. Talaska, this Link Engine Management ProSpec rookie, going against Blake Olsen, veteran of the sport, a talented driver, and obviously as is Talaska. Look at that, high on the bank. Looks like Blake. Okay, here's the point of no return. Let's see how he handles it. And look at that. So he avoided the jump altogether, and that is a smart approach. Get a little more left, and that way you're going to keep your composure. So, you know, unfortunately, that small mistake compared to the major mistake on the front run, by comparison, stark contrast. But Talaska puts it together. But I think that Blake was just a little tighter run.
And I think the team is learning a lot here about how to approach these battles, given how the vehicle reacts to certain areas on the course. He probably knew from his spotter that there was a big mistake made by Talaska. He still needed to keep the pressure on, because we didn't come out and say, or the judge didn't come out and say, whether or not it was an incomplete. You can see he still had a little bit of reduction of angle there in the chase position through inside clip two. I think he's keeping enough pressure on to make the potential difference here, given the severity of that mistake at inside clip one by Talaska. But it's up to the judges to decide. Let's take a look at it from the sky once again. An impressive showing here by Talaska, mid-high line on the bank. Olsen about 2-3 car lengths back as Talaska hits that inside clip. Here's the adjustment here. You can see right there before that inside clip, he starts to gain a little bit of traction towards Talaska, but has to back off. And then it's pretty much consistent from that point forward as they come to an end here. Final battle of the Great Eight.
Final battle of the Great Eight. Who's moving on to the Final Four? And Brian Egger and Ryan Lontaine. What does Chris say? Blake Olsen gets the win. Blake Olsen moves on. So, Ryan, let's take a look at the bracket. Obviously, Olsen slides into that open spot. Novak, our #1 qualifier, is going against our defending champion. Qualifying 5th, that is Dmitry Brutsky. So, Novak is guaranteed a podium. Novak is guaranteed a podium. Which one? TBD. That is to be determined. Blake Olsen, #2 qualifier, going against Rich Whiteman, who made the claim. He's currently, he qualified 6th, so he's the lowest qualifying driver, so he's not guaranteed a podium. He has to beat Olsen in order to hold a carbon fiber trophy that he was so Nostradamusly trying to call out to see if he would get that. When we come back, the top 4 is upon us here at the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship.
Made in Japan. Breed.
Yo, Chelsea, the coloring on our NGK spark plugs looks incredible for handling 1,200 horsepower.
Yeah, I know. I've been telling you for years I've been running NGK plugs, and they're awesome. Did you know that NTK is part of the NGK family, and they make all sorts of sensors like O2 sensors, temperature, pressure, position, and ignition coils.
I did not know that, but maybe we can talk them into making proximity sensors to help you with your bumper budget.
Now available at Advanced Auto Parts and CarQuest Auto Parts stores.
The Pedal Commander is the world's most advanced throttle response controller. It's a plug-and-play unit that unleashes the power of your vehicle. Has 36 total settings, is easy to install, and makes the driving experience so much more fun.
Picks up RPMs way better, kind of like a race car, it responds.
Order now and use code FD2021 for $30 off your purchase.
Link ECU produces standalone engine management technology with a range of products that allow you to unleash the power of your engine. Acting as your car's brain, Link ECUs control electronic fuel injection and ignition. A magnitude of sensor inputs and outputs ensure your engine exceeds your expectations. Built-in safety features guarantee engine protection, and data logs keep you informed on its performance. Smoke your tires, not your engine, with a world-leading Link ECU.
What's up, everyone? We're pumped to announce Ford's Drift to Dirt Sweepstakes, where you can win your choice of a newly redesigned 2021 F-150 Raptor featuring Fox shocks with live valve technology, 5-link rear suspension, and Recaro seats.
Or you can win a 2021 Ford Mustang GT convertible, which you can shred the tires with 460 horsepower and 6 styling.
All you have to do is head to drifttodirt.com and enter to win.
Yeah, we are back here at Orlando Speed World. Ryan, we've seen some phenomenal driving. I mean, just to see a field of drivers that are unknown to a lot of people, including us. Like, we've never seen them drift. I mean, I think that just shows the progression and the growth of the motorsport all across, not just the U.S., but all across the globe. And obviously, given the conditions, you know, with COVID and lockdown, all those things, and now things opening up, makes for exciting times.
Yeah, and it's good to see some of the things that we learned last year towards the end of the season also be a continuation into this year. We see Dimitri Brutsky and Nick Novak and Olsen, some regulars from last year, including the champion, back in the Final Four here. But it's the newcomer, Rich Whiteman, that is bringing something new to the game, not only in vehicle but in driving style, and really making himself a contender here in the early stages of the PROSPEC Championship. So great job by all the competitors here. I've been super impressed by the 21 class, and I'm looking forward to find out who's going to be on the podium here tonight. We know that we've got a number of high qualifiers, so qualifying seems to be correlated to some success in the head-to-head matchups, and that's really the total package.
Interesting enough, you know, out of the 4 vehicles, we actually have seen these vehicles before, because Rich Whiteman's vehicle was actually Mats Betterbu's vehicle, who's a Canadian driver, so he purchased that from Mats Betterbu. Shout out to the Betterbu family, Norm and Mats as well. As our Final Four is set, let's throw it down to Lorette real quick, because our drivers are on the line. Lorette.
Nick Novak has made small adjustments to his rear dampening and tire pressure. He said he's working really hard on coming smoothly off the bank, and he's watching the live stream, keeping an eye on his battles and every competitor. Guys.
Thank you so much, Lorette. All right, here we go. We are back to the line. Our first battle of Final Four, Novak versus Brutsky. So Novak, our #1 qualifier. Look at this. We got 3 BMWs and a JZX 100 in the finals. So as Nick Novak, he's been throwing down. Can he make this a perfect event? It's kind of like Atlanta, right? Round 1, where we saw Matt Field, the #1 qualifier, just a bit outside, gets 2nd place after one more time with Odie. But it's all about the PROSPEC Championship right now. Nick Novak, Dmitry Brutsky never settle. He's right on the door. Man, he is tucked right in there. And that is a sign of a seniority driver right now. Oh, but look at that, just as he goes over the hip, Nick Novak pulls away. Brutsky taking a shallower line on that second outside zone, crossing the finish line. Ryan, is your needle going either way? What do you say?
Well, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of that this year between these competitors battling it out. Let's take a look here as Nick Novak, the #1 qualifier, takes the lead against Dmitry Brutsky. Brutsky opting to kind of get an early initiation to try to get right up in the pocket there against Novak, and it works pretty well. You can see he's kind of maintaining the appropriate line, a similar line to Novak, and also really good proximity coming through inside clip #1. Now we see a little bit of separation here after the jump where Brutsky does have to make an adjustment. You can see a little bit less angle there and also a lower line for a second. So that's an area where the spotter for Novak can relay some information and say, hey, you made a little bit of a mistake behind you after inside clip or through the power alley before inside clip #2. And that's something that Nick can focus on his chase. But up until that point, Brutsky looking strong like the champion that he is. Just right there, he makes that little bit of a timing mistake, and he has to make an adjustment there to get back on it to compete against Novak, who's in the lead position. So let's switch things up here and move Brutsky to the lead and Nick Novak to the chase position.
All right, Brutsky out front, Novak in the chase position. Brutsky will lead. Again, thank you to GT Radio, the official tire of the PROSPEC Championship. Again, we are in the final four as Brutsky initiates. Look at Novak. He jumps forward and sticks it right to him like a magnet. All right, Brutsky, let's see how he handles the transition. Nick Novak allows him to transition in front of him. And let's see if Novak, he's got power on deck. So a little tit for tat, Ryan. But I would love to go to the BC Racing Go for Gold side-by-side instant replay. But some of the judges quickly getting a verdict in.
Yeah, no disappointment here between these two competitors. Dmitry Brutsky obviously already has a good position here after round #1, and Nick Novak trying to make his presence felt, surging forward right into the pocket from the get-go. That was one of the best jobs that we've seen in the chase position on a very critical part of the track. He falls back a little bit like we've seen a lot of guys do after the bump, and he's left playing a tiny bit of catch-up here, but Brutsky kind of had something similar. So was that big risky maneuver on initiation enough to move the dial in the direction of Nick Novak? Here we go.
I think there's just a slight tolerance in the needle going either direction, and yeah, that's what I assumed there. Nick Novak gets the victory, and it is unanimous. So look at this, Novak, one step closer to making it a perfect event, takes out the former champ. So Novak, #1 qualifier, feeling the flow, and is guaranteed now at best a #2 carbon fiber trophy, a second-place trophy. Lantain, if you could throw on your headset really quick, the vehicles haven't entered the Pedal Commander burnout box. Novak, was it, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, was it the initiation of Novak and also just his chase overall?
Well, it was what really sealed the deal for Novak was Brutsky's mistake that he made at inside clip 2. Just before that, as he transitioned into chase position, he straightened considerably, and that's what did it. When you look at Novak's chase, he was close to Dmitry all the way up until that point. He fell off a little bit on proximity, but what happened was in the chase position for Brutsky, he straightened there and also fell off and had to try to catch up. Novak only fell off on proximity a little bit, but he was really close up until that point. He had a great transition here going into the infield, and then that's right there. You can see it separate, but then kind of mimics his line around the outside zone #2 area. Whereas Brutsky kind of cut the line a little bit to regain proximity, but it was that straightening that we couldn't overlook from Brutsky. Whereas Novak in his chase was perfect on the proximity, going through outside zone 1, nice and close, mimicked really well.
The jump you're going to have a little bit of grace with, right? I mean, obviously, and we saw Blake, who right there is warming up. You know, when you go to the left, well, it bears repeating. When you go to the left of the jump, you don't get it as disrupted as much. When you hit the jump, your car gets disrupted. So as a judge, do you have a little bit of grace of like, okay, recalibrate, regain your composure, and then continue on?
No, because in the briefing we told them not to go wide there. We told them to run about a mid-wide line. So mid to mid-wide is okay. They don't have to go all the way to the right there where the jump is. If you go mid-track, it's not as aggressive and the cars don't get off the ground. So that's what we told them in the briefing. And we said, if you go wide, you're going to lose traction. You're going to lose stability. The car's probably going to get a little wonky on landing. And it's not that they do it on purpose. Maybe it's just the line they end up taking coming off the bank, and it gets them to that point. But unfortunately, they have to deal with the consequences of that.
All right, so kind of bite off more than you can chew, or go for it. And if you can chew it, swallow it. There you go. Have at it. All right, Blake Olson, Rich Whiteman, the second half of this Final Four bracket. Now remember, so it is a must-win for Whiteman in order to get a carbon fiber trophy. Blake Olson, he's going for it, our number 2 qualifier. And here we go, he's guaranteed a podium as well, get 3rd place, but he wants to get higher than that as he initiates high in the bank. Rich Whiteman, a bit of a middle line, and you cannot even see him playing the Houdini. First you see him, now you don't. Past that second inside clip, Rich taking a shallower line. He doesn't have the proximity, would like to see him mimic that angle. Nice line there from Blake Olson out front, getting the clean air. Ryan, let's break it down once again. 2 very fierce competitors.
Yeah, well, Whiteman gave Olson a big opportunity here because on initiation, he drops down much farther than you want to go. He also had that kind of reduction of angle or adjustment from the front wheels. Olson was pretty high on the bank. Now, Rich Whiteman is going to come back in a strong way here after the jump through that second inside clip with this move right here, right in the pocket, keeping the pressure on, little bit less angle, but very aggressive. And as we see Olson kind of starts pushing out wide to outside zone 2 on the latter part, he's giving a little bit back there, or at least an opportunity for Whiteman to do something better on his chase. But in the Final Four, you can't be dropping down that low and making mistakes like that on the big bank. It just gives the driver in front of you too much of an advantage in his chase, because he's just got to focus on doing that section a little bit better than you, and it really starts to point the direction of the win to Olson. But we still have one half of the battle left to go. Let's find out here who it's going to be, Rich Whiteman or Blake Olson, moving on into the finals.
Well, again, Blake Olson is guaranteed a carbon fiber trophy. It is a must-win for Whiteman, because if he loses, it goes down to qualifying, and Dmitry Brutsky out-qualified Rich Whiteman. So, and if Blake Olson loses, he will get that 3rd place spot. Here we go, Rich Whiteman out front, that JZX 100. Let's see what you got. Throws it in. That JZX. Oh, Blake Olson takes a lot of angle out of it, maybe to gain some proximity. Let's see how he handles this, coming down into the flat portion. Some body panels getting rocked off. Oh, center punching it with that JZX. Now bring it into that outside zone. Man, Rich really flexing on him right now. I think he took his BCAAs right before that. Fully torqued.
Yeah, Olson not making it easy on himself, coming a little bit unwound here. A big opportunity to try to keep proximity and be on the same line with Whiteman, but he gives a gap up a little bit. He had a little bit of a flub there, so he wasn't really able to kind of shut the door on that area of the course. Now we're looking towards the second half of the course. You can see Whiteman goes a little bit tight on inside flip 2, doesn't fully get out to the outside zone till right about here, but Olson is about 3-4 car lengths back, so not a decisive victory from what I can see right out of the gate, but maybe there is enough there in the judges' eyes to give it one direction or the other. Blake Olson versus Rich Whiteman here in the Final Four, and as you said, consequences for Dmitry Brutsky as well.
That is right, as Rich and Blake are waiting to see the outcome. Who is going to the finals? Is it Blake Olson, Rich Whiteman, or are they going one more time? Brutsky waits in the wings. What do you guys think? What are you guys saying online? Here we go. Scores are in. Slide him left for Blake. Slide him right for Rich Whiteman. Brian Eggert says Blake Olson. Ryan Lontaine says Blake Olson. Olson gets the win. Olson gets the win and is going to the finals. It's an all CoroWorks BMW final. CoroWorks 1 and 2 in qualifying, and now 1 and 2 on the box. Atlanta, Georgia-based CoroWorks, as they are 1 and 2. Greg, you pumped over there? Are you crying? Oh, that's adorable. Clayton, how we doing, homeboy? Congratulations to you. I know you're watching at home, so Congratulations, and there it is. Novak and Olsen for the finals. That means Brudski, your defending champion, will be third place. Oh man, the claim was so close, Ryan. Rich Whiteman, one spot away from holding a carbon fiber trophy. A great debut in the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship. When we come back, we will see the finals. The ProSpec finals are upon us. It's all CoroWorks, all BMW, but only one can win. Novak or Olsen when we return.
Order what you need at O'ReillyAuto.com and pick it up at the counter or call and we'll bring it right out to you while you wait. 2 easy ways to buy online and pick up at your local store. O'Reilly Auto Parts, keeping you on the road.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your body is a machine with 800 horses coursing through its veins. Ignited. Human horsepower.
I'm Dylan Hughes, Formula Drift Pro driver, and today we're going to talk about Royal Purple HPS and what actually goes into it. There's a lot of talk about additives, and Royal Purple has its proprietary Centerlick technology. It is fortified with a high level of zinc phosphorus anti-wear additive for exceptional protection against heat and wear. Its high film strength improves sealing between the piston ring and cylinder wall for maximum horsepower and torque. Royal Purple HPS, race car technology for the street.
Welcome back. We are live here at Orlando Speed World, playing host to round 1 of the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship. Round 1 of 4. Now keep in mind, if you're just tuning in, the first time watching Formula Drift, this is round 1 of the ProSpec Championship of 4. Now we have 4 select rounds, which includes here, Englishtown Raceway, June 18th and 19th in New Jersey. We have that in St. Louis at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And then the same final round for Formula Drift, the Pro Finals. It's at Irwindale Speedway as well in Southern California. But this is round 2 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. So overall, Ryan, it's been a tremendous day. We've seen some phenomenal driving. I mean, what, maybe two one more times, is it? I mean, just really has been just a culmination of some really great, fantastic driving. Shout out to CoroWorks, man. CoroWorks, the shop in Atlanta, Georgia. They've been banging away. They support multiple different drivers over the years, but with Nick Novak and Blake Olsen, qualify 1 and 2, and they're guaranteed 1 and 2. The order is TBD.
Yeah, it's really great to see everything that you just said, and also because there are so many new things this year, including a spec tire for everybody, right? We really get to see some of the raw talent come out in the driver's ability here, along with the new faces, along with the rookie class. So, like I said, and we've been saying pretty much all weekend long, the 2021 group of drivers coming into ProSpec looks like one of the best groups that we've had in a long time. And I say that sparingly because last year was a tremendous group of drivers. Yeah. So congratulations to everybody. Really looking forward to find out who's going to win here for the first event of the year.
Yeah, and thank you to GT Radial, obviously the spec tire of the Formula Spec Championship, and Link Engine Management for the naming rights of the ProSpec Championship overall. So again, excited to see what Englishtown's going to bring June 18th, 19th, both for ProSpec that we're just kind of wrapping up, putting a bow on it, put an exclamation point on it, and of course, first time that Pro is going to be there. I mean, this Englishtown Raceway Park has just such a storied history and past from drag racing, dirt track. We were there, but on the road course many moons ago, and then we went to Wall. You know, we went back to Wall. So basically, I think it's really cool to see the first ever purpose-built drift coliseum at E-Town.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Obviously, it was such a bummer to miss out on it last year because of the pandemic, but now coming back, I just feel like it's got a greater sense of, you know, what is going to happen at the Drift Dome, right? What's going to happen at the Drift Stadium? Everybody's calling it something different. We've seen a few events happen there, but there's nothing quite like a Formula Drift event coming to your town, much less a great track like Englishtown, who has basically dedicated that track to drifting now.
Yeah, and they actually kept the what was the drag kind of suites, right? So there's a tunnel. Are we actually going to shoot out of that tunnel on entry?
You'll find out.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on. Let the people know. I want to know. I mean, I'm constantly finding out things. But look, there are our pro vehicles lining up. You see Vaughn Gittin Jr., defending champion. Some teal and blue with JTP. You're seeing that of Kazuya Taguchi. You're seeing Odi Bakshis, Taylor Hull. There's Fiorella, the 599 GTB. There he is, Federico Sharifo. We're seeing Radical Dan, Jonathan Castro repping Dominican Republic. Matt Field currently second in points overall. And then Masayama in that by now Japan. There's Ryan Turk. They were talking to the drivers meeting on how good his chase runs are. Rome Charpentier. You have Travis Reeder. You have Simon Olsen. Dylan Hughes coming around the bend. I believe is that Josh Reynolds or Eve Meyer. Regardless, they are both in the mix. But we do have a full 32-car field. As we look over, there are two CoroWorks BMWs, one piloted by Nick Novak, the other piloted by that of Blake Olson. Real excited as they roll into that pedal commander burnout box. I'm Jared Deenda, by my side, Ryan Sage down in the hot pits area. That is Lorette Nickel. We get some insight from one of our three judges, Ryan Lantain, beside him, Chris Ewell, and Brian Eggert, rounding out the trio of our Formula Drift judges. Thank you to all our hardworking staff, because we're only halfway after we give out these trophies here, because we have another top 32, and that is round 2 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Here are the stats, here are the drivers, but we're about to see them throw down. Fairly equally matched, about 800 horsepower, almost equally matched in age. Long distance, I gotta say, Blake Olson got a little bit of height on him, so his reach, but he is a little leaner. Novak, a little bit more weight. Wait, we're not talking about boxing, my bad. All right, regardless, both them from Las Vegas. I mean, the stats are pretty clear. I think this is gonna be a really, really fun battle to watch. You gotta think about tire attrition for Novak. He is burning the tires off it. Blake Olson, suspension. We saw him when he hits the jump, gets really disrupted. So, how's it all gonna unfold? What's your prediction, Ryan?
Not going to give you the prediction, but just going to tell you the consistency of Novak, I think, has really shined through here this weekend. If he can maintain that and maybe utilize some of the mistakes that we've seen Olson make, it may give him an edge. However, Olson now has time to understand what he needs to do to minimize those mistakes.
Nick Novak initiates high. Blake Olson is right there, just a slight bit lower, still at the proximity. Now in that first front clip, Blake Olson tucks into the smoke. Look, he goes around that jump, going to the left. He does not get disrupted, but he does lose some ground to Nick Novak, and that's exactly what you're talking about, Brian. Just the consistency, putting the car in the right places, not getting into the head or not thinking about Blake Olson, who is in his rearview mirror. Nick Novak ran his own line. Blake Olson had to navigate his vehicle. He knows the weak points of it and his Achilles heel. Let's take a look at it again.
Well, it's a great start, and I love the nose-to-tail initiation there, playing it safe, making sure that they get a good ride on the bank, and they do just that. You can see Novak was a little bit higher, And again, Olsen has a little trouble here on that same section of the course where he unwinds a little bit of angle, and then because of that, he loses a little bit of forward momentum, and he's left playing catch up here. So right now, Olsen and Novak have gone tit for tat, but I think overall in the lead, we see Novak with a little bit of an advantage that he can take into the next run on his chase run here. He had a great job on the big bank, stayed up high. Good transition here. Notice he's really using the throttle appropriately. He's making the adjustments where he needs to. And then in the chase position, we see Olsen with that slight adjustment there where he's had some trouble here on this course. So an opportunity here for Novak to shut the door. Can he do it with one of those crazy chase runs that we've seen against Dmitry Brutsky? We'll find out right now.
Well, he took down Brutsky just moments ago. And now he's going against Blake Olsen. I have a feeling Blake is really going to throw caution to the wind, or better yet, the BMW at that wall. And he knows it's right there. As you said, he's gaining some confidence, really understanding that weak point that is that jump, and you saw him really navigate around it almost too much, and that allowed Nick Novak to pull away from him, as we want to see proximity, want to see him mimicking that angle. And Nick Novak, just outside of losing his front and rear bumper, has been consistent throughout the entirety of yesterday into today. Can he make it a perfect event? This would really be a great way to start for Nick Novak. And regardless, it's a great way to start for Blake Olsen. If just a shock is hurting him, no big deal. We'll call Fortunato on Monday and get a brand new one built out. Here we go. Blake Olsen initiates, and look, oh! And there he goes. Blake Olsen, like I said, maybe that was an announcer's curse. They said he's going to throw it into that wall, and he did just that. So Nick Novak, he doesn't even need to complete the entirety of the course, but there is Blake Olsen, and we will know the outcome. Oh, what? Oh, he's in the chase. He's in the chase. He's in the chase. Everything's fine. So Nick Novak, he does not need, I was just saying that, he doesn't even need to complete this because Blake Olsen was out front. So
yeah,
once
run is over at the
run
beginning.
is over as soon as that lead car has a detriment and is out. What'd you guys say? Make some noise for our two finalists, Blake Olsen and Nick Novak.
Well, a bit anticlimactic, but not any less exciting than what you expect to see. If you have to go hard in the wall, you might as well do it in the finals. You can see the front brakes lock up there. Olsen goes in hard, and at that point, the run is over. This will give an easy victory here to Nick Novak, who has done incredible here this weekend. We will make it official. We'll bring our third place driver, Dmitry Brutsky, down and do all the pomp and circumstance here in Orlando. As you can see the two guys conversing down in front.
Blake's even pumped. Look at him. He got out of the car. I know you can't see him right now as we're looking at Nick Novak's spin. That was regardless, but there they are, two boys from Las Vegas, both supported by Coro Works. And Blake got out of the car. He's like hyped. He was pumped. That's how, and he knew, you know how it goes. Like when you see a lot of the pro drivers, any of the drivers, that when they got bros, they know they want to throw it down and leave it all out on the track.
For sure, for sure. So congratulations to the team. Congratulations to both those guys. And also Dmitry Brutsky. Let's get him down here and make it official, Jared, as we'll bring down Lorette as well. A great way to cap off first round here of the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Again, thank you to the Royal Purple, the official synthetic experts, the official engine oil of Formula Drift. And, of course, this is the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship. GT Radio, the official tire of the ProSpec Championship. And the Air Force, the official military sponsor of Formula Drift. Also the TireStacks.com official tire service provider of the ProSpec Championship as well. All right, we will bring, looks like he is down there. So let's announce our third, first, and of course our second, and I think you know the outcome. Third place is your defending champion. He ends up on the podium with that third place spot. Mr. Never Settle. Make some noise for Dmitry Brutsky. I think every piece of clothing has Never Settle on it. It's got the suit, he's got the car, everything is socks, it's everywhere. Dmitry Brutsky, Never Settle, and of course with that, you know who the winner is. Make some noise for your gentleman that has the perfect event. #1 qualifier from Las Vegas, Nevada in that Coro Works BMW. Your winner at round 1 of the Link Engine Management ProSpec Championship, Nick Novak. Let me. And then with that second place finisher, you saw him elated get outside of the vehicle. I am sure he's coming out and swinging for the fences at E-Town in New Jersey. We'll see you there in just a few weeks. Second place here at Orlando Speed World from Las Vegas, Nevada. The CoroWorks BMW on GT Radials. It is Blake Olson. There's your PROSPEC second place finisher. Congratulations, tears of joy. And now I throw it down to Lorette Nickel, who's with our winner. Lorette?
In 2020, Nick Novak finished 7th. His best finish in the season was 2nd in Irwindale. Nick Novak, tell me about the heart and dedication that this win represents.
It's crazy. We put so many hours into refreshing the entire car. All our partners helped so much. Our crew killed it and gave me a car to be able to win the event.
It seems like you might be a little overwhelmed. What are you processing in this moment?
I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. I'm just shaking from excitement.
Congratulations. Guys, this is a really overwhelming situation where you have a reporter chucking a mic in his face right after a high adrenaline run. Nick Novak, congratulations on your first win. Guys.
Thank you, Lorette. And Nick Novak, just an even keel pace. Congratulations, Nick. We'll give you your carbon fiber trophies over at the podium during that halftime break. Hugged by Greg Bussell. Congratulations to the CoroWorks team. And there it is. Oh, boy. This is a Nick Novak, but he's got everybody on his back as he carried this team all the way to the top. Congratulations. Again, Nick Novak, Blake Olson, and Dimitri Brutsky, your 1, 2, and 3. But guess what? The day is only halfway over because Pro Top 32, oh man, it's current time 2:42. We are live at 5:30 p.m. local time. So just a little under 3 hours, Ryan, and we'll be back here talking about some more drifting action. Ryan, again, thank you so much. Thank you to Lorette Nickel. Thank you to our judges. Thank you to our whole hard-working FD crew. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be our neighbor? And we're going to see some more drifting here. Pro Top 32. When we come back at 5:30, Nick Novak, a man of few words, but actions speak louder than words. As we kick things off there, he went against Alex Jaeger earlier today with our Top 30 as he had that 5 run, but Nick Novak goes all the way to the top. Congratulations. All layout, enjoy the sights and sounds. We'll be back here 5:30 p.m. local time. On behalf of the whole Formula Drift staff, we'll see you back here for pro competition at Orlando Speed World, playing host to round 2 of 8 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship.
I'm Dylan Hughes, Formula Drift Pro driver, and today we're going to talk about Royal Purple HPS and what actually goes into it. There's a lot of talk about additives, and Royal Purple has its proprietary Centerlick technology. It is fortified with a high level of zinc phosphorus anti-wear additive for exceptional protection against heat and wear. Its high film strength improves sealing between the piston ring and cylinder wall for maximum horsepower and torque. Royal Purple HPS, race car technology for the street.
Made in Japan. Breed. What's up, everyone? We're pumped to announce Ford's Drift to Dirt Sweepstakes, where you can win your choice of a newly redesigned 2021 F-150 Raptor featuring Fox shocks with live valve technology, 5-link rear suspension, and Recaro seats.
Or you can win a 2021 Ford Mustang GT convertible, which you can shred the tires with 460 horsepower and 6 styling.
All you have to do is head to drifttodirt.com and enter to win.